2%, 1% yesterday. Okay, we'll keep a close eye on that throughout the day. But again, we're looking to take advantage of the best opportunities. Okay, let the opportunities come to you. It's a new month. It's the first official week of the month. Okay, so just remain patient. Look for your setups, your usual setups. It's a clean slate. All right, ease your way into the week. We have a full week of trading. Let me just move some things around. Give me 1 second. Give me one second. I gotta move this here. So who's trading before 10 o'clock? Anyone trading before 10 o'clock? On Mondays, guys, the whole point is just to get your reads. Get your reads. That's the whole point of Mondays. Get the reads. See what you can, what the market is looking like. We're starting to see crude break out here. So breakout on crude. That's what's really pushing us lower here in the pre-market. Give me 1 second here. Okay, so the key levels for today, again, key levels are provided in the pre-market as well, as always. The key levels, we're looking to open up possibly above that Friday's highs. Okay, we're very, very close to Friday's highs here. Very close. So March has been all about gap ups, gaps everywhere. So let's see what April has in store. Okay, so we already have our April open. We're above April's open, 653.89. If you don't have that on your chart, make sure that's there. Crude is starting to go here. VIX is starting to wake up as well off that 25. So we're primarily paying attention to that. In pre-market, we're seeing MU move a little bit. MU has some movement. Some movement on MU. A couple of minutes away. Are we missing anything? I think we got everything covered. We just finished a little early today. So that weekly upside breaker is all the way up here. Daily upside breakers all the way up here. So this naturally gives us a nice key zone. When two key levels converge, it gives us a key zone. Okay, so earlier we were talking about the levels that SPY needs to get back to for that major test. It's all the way up here. And this probably also includes that PMH. Okay, PMH is also in that range as well. If we take this key zone here and translate it to the striker chart, you can see the striker chart right there. So you can see it's right in there. So this is going to be that critical zone. All right, that is going to be the critical zone. Okay, so let this thing open up. We'll look to take advantage of the best opportunities. Breaking news feed, let's take a look at it. We're going to stay as close as possible to the breaking news feed. A lot of rumors do lead to some reactions. We saw that take place last week multiple times. All right, so again, we never know what can take place with that. All right, so again, look to ease your way into the week, guys. Look to ease your way into the week. It is a fresh week. Beginning of the fresh month. And let's get it fired up. Okay. Top of the morning, traders. And happy Monday, April 6th. And welcome to the Most Value Pack Live Trading Show, where we live trade, breakdown charts, cover high impact events, and talk trader mindset. Hope everyone had a wonderful day and is ready to kick off another opportunity-filled week, another opportunity-filled day. In the pre-market, we're looking to potentially a nice little baby gap up. We are seeing some strength in the Qs to open things up. We're starting to see some strength in the crude right here. Crude is looking to get above that 112.30. So pay close attention to that 112 on the crude. Pay attention to that 110. And of course, that interaction the VIX has with that 25. So first things first, guys, what happened last week, what happened yesterday, meaning Thursday, stays in last week, stays in Thursday. Whether last week was your best trading day of the year, whether it was the worst trading day of the year, whether last month was the best month of the year, worst month of the year, if you kicked off the quarter off to a hot start, if you kicked off the quarter not the way you want to kick it off, it doesn't matter at this point, guys. It's a fresh opportunity. So make sure to look to capitalize on the best opportunities and be as present as possible. That's going to be the best chance you have at taking advantage of these opportunities and trying to focus on what's in front of you. So let this thing open up. We're looking to open up at that 655.89 territory. We're very close to that PML. We are seeing the Qs looking to potentially push into that daily upside breaker for that test right off the open. So daily upside breaker test on the Qs coming to fruition right off the open. So we're about 10 seconds out from the open. Let this thing open up. Folks on YouTube, make sure to like the video. Make sure to subscribe. Make sure to subscribe. And let's get 100 likes. We'll do the giveaway. And if you're interested in joining us for the pre-market prep stream, make sure to join the community. All the links are pinned in the chat. Pinned in the chat. If you want to join, take advantage of that. Use the code TRIAL30. So let's get right into it. We're officially open. Shockwave 15. Army. Okay. If you missed the webinar, that is available. I did post it in the WAP. Okay, I did post that in the WAP, so make sure to go check that out. So weekly open, guys. Weekly open for today, 655.86. Weekly open. The daily open is also the weekly open. That level is going to provide some opportunities for you, multiple opportunities this week. So you can see right off the bat, guys, the Qs come into that daily upside breaker and then instantly bounce. So now based on how we interact with that 586 that we talked about in the pre-market, that can tell us a lot. So if we can hold, if we can get back above VWAP, start to push the upside, that can give us some of a move that we need for SPY to do the same thing and gravitate towards that 658.20. We're starting to see crude pull back just slightly here. Slight little pullback on crude. Nice bounce on the Qs here. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Look at the Qs. To a T. Look at that, guys. Right out the gate. Anyone have any swings from Friday? Or Thursday, I should say. 3-day swings. So the rumor is in pre-market, 45-day. They're trying to work on a 45-day. Nothing official yet. Potential 45-day ceasefire type of deal possibly looming. Okay. So Qs start out, okay, pushing to the upside above VWAP, IW above VWAP as well. 5-minute orb army, you're the ones on the clock first. We're still trading within pre-market high, pre-market low. On SPY, we're still trading within that prior day's range. So let's see how this shakes out here in the first few minutes. Good morning, guys. VIX, massive push back to downside, no gap. First time we had no gap in a long time. Good morning, Turbo. Is Trump talking? If he does, just let me know. If he is talking, let me know. Can't see anything on the screen. A thumbs up if the screen is good. Good morning. Can't see your screen. Can you guys see the screen on YouTube? You should be able to see the screen on YouTube. Let me check on my end. Okay. You should be able to see the screen on YouTube. Yeah, so screen should be good on YouTube, guys. Screen should be good on YouTube. It's good on mine. Give me a thumbs up. He talks at 1 p.m. Okay, Trump talks at 1 p.m. We'll have that coverage for you. All right, we'll have that coverage for you. In the meantime, folks on YouTube, smash the like button. Let's get to let's see if we get to 200 likes today. All right, first things first, 100 likes before 10:30. We will do the giveaway. So again, the first to lead is the Qs. So it's going to come down to the Qs, how the Qs want to play. Okay. Unless you're part of the 5-minute orb army, unless you trade the 5-minute opening range, there's nothing to do for you. There's nothing for you to do here. Outside of just wait. We are seeing some of that strength in the Qs. Let's take a look at some individual names. Who's off the races? Apple. Apple is pushing. Okay, ExxonMobil pushing. Tesla pushing. Okay, let's see if they can sustain those pushes, especially Apple. If I need to gravitate towards Apple, I don't mind doing that. All right, during that shockwave hour. So keeping a close eye on Apple here. Keeping a close eye on Apple here. So far everything is above the daily open. Everything's above that weekly open as well. If you want those levels for the weekly, guys, that 250, 99. Okay, on IWM is the weekly open. Keep that on your charts for the rest of the week. 464.16 is the weekly open, the daily open on the Dow. Keep that on your chart for the rest of the week. That will be the equilibrium for the week. You will know if we're red or yellow, or if we're red or green based on that weekly open. Qs 586.23. SPY 655.86. So those levels will give you some opportunities in conjunction with some other things you like to look at. Okay, with another piece of confluence, will give you an opportunity. So 5-minute orb army on the clock here after that candle pushes, or candle closes, I should say. To kick things off, ATR. Okay, ATR. Keep in mind during March, our ATR, 5-minute ATR, was above $1 majority of the time. This time around, the conditions have slightly changed. Our ATR is 59.60. So let's see if we can get back above that 100 territory, that whole dollar territory. As far as SPY is concerned, on the IV is still slightly elevated. IV is still slightly elevated here. Walmart pushing nicely. Walmart, JPM, Tesla, ExxonMobil, Apple pushing, Nvidia falling off a cliff. Nvidia's below that pre-market low, below the 177.07. Microsoft falling off a cliff as well. Microsoft fell below that 373.38, continues to push lower. Walmart off to the races. Retest on Walmart, 125.90. 125.90 retest on Walmart. 256.64 retest bounce on Apple. 256.64 territory. Nvidia is getting sold off aggressively, guys. Microsoft selling off aggressively as well. Okay, Nvidia retrace reject 177.07. 177.07. Down go the Qs. Okay, the first to lead were the Qs. Now it looks like they're the first to bleed. Okay, so the Qs will be setting the tone. Nvidia and Microsoft really dragging the Qs here. Microsoft is headed towards 50 EMA on the hourly. 50 EMA on the hourly. That 370.41 will be critical. 370.41. Everything's all the indexes are going back their daily opens. VIX back above 25. It looks like crude wants to make another high above that PMH. So look at that. Look at that trap. Vicious trap. Okay, vicious trap in this case. So 5-minute, if you trade the 5-minute orb, you're not using any entry model and you're not managing risk, okay, you could potentially get wiped out there. So it's very important that you keep things as precise as possible from the standpoint of having great entry models. And the market has been rewarding traders that have been patient. Okay, patience is the name of the game. Okay, so the Qs go down. The Qs are below 586.01. 586.01. SPY is below that PML. See if we can hold below PML. We're testing PML right here. As SPY tests PML and as the Qs test that daily upside breaker, we want to see how that interaction unfolds. There goes the VIX. Okay. I want to see how that interaction with PML unfolds here, guys. No trade so far. No trade so far. Just waiting. Daily open test here. Daily open test. See if buyers pick this thing back up along with that PML. So we do have a nice little zone between that daily open and that PML right here. So if this thing wants to fall off a cliff, it needs to get below this zone. Wants to fall off a cliff, it needs to get below that zone. And if we're going to look for that drop, more than likely, the Qs need to get below 586.01 and continue to push lower. All right, we're starting to see the VIX go. We're starting to see crude go. No gap, 100%. No gap, no gap, no gap. You don't take any trades so far? Or is everyone waiting after 10 o'clock? Okay, it looks like Microsoft is below, guys. Microsoft is below that 50 MA on the hourly. Apple continues to push. Apple is thriving. ExxonMobil is about to break that 161.39. ExxonMobil about to break that level. Okay, buyers pick this thing back up off that PML, that daily open. PML and daily open bounce. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Taking some SPX puts there. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Rockish. So stopped out initially, and then you're taking it once again for the puts. Okay. The objective is right. The objective is not to get caught up when price is not doing when it's not doing much. If we just zoom out just for a second, when in doubt, zoom out. When in doubt, zoom out. This is where we are. In the grand scheme of things, this is where we are. Okay, so this is where we are. Okay, this is that rejection zone that we highlighted in the pre-market prep. We rejected. So if this level can't hold, which includes the PML and that daily open, we have a potential free fall, okay, that we can potentially see. And then now we just need support from the other catalyst. We need crude to be strong in that event. We need the VIX to be strong as well, okay? And that's what's going to lead this drop to take place. All right, so this is what the buyers are fighting for. They're trying to pile in and trying to protect that daily open, that PML. So that daily open PML coincide with this breakdown here. So if you're in that break and close below this, VIX continues to create that separation away from 25, works towards 25.50, works towards 26. Crude continues to accelerate, starts to get as close as possible to 15, it gets into the 13s, 113, 114, tries to gravitate towards 115. That will lead to this breakdown here. Okay, so very, very important that you do pay attention to that. If VIX kind of stays below 26, has a hard time getting above that 25.50, okay, and it's not going anywhere fast off that 25.50, more than likely we just continue to chop around this range. Okay, so very important that we do pay attention to that and not lose sight of a bigger picture. Shockwave hour, not yet. Shockwave hour, not yet. Good morning, Venus. Good morning, good morning. Good morning, Arana. Good morning, good morning. As you're coming in, guys, we have 140 plus people joining us this morning on YouTube. Make sure to like the video, okay? Make sure to like the video. Let's get to 100 likes by 10:30 so we can do the giveaway. All right, so for potential retests, Apple's above that weekly upside breaker, so I'll keep a close eye on Apple. Okay, Apple come back and retest that 256.99, 257. Shallow retest on Apple. Healthy retest would be that PMH and that hourly upside breaker, 256.64. What's really dragging the Qs lower is NVIDIA and Microsoft here. So if NVIDIA can start to bounce off those lows, that can possibly help the Qs here. The Qs, of course, that 586.01 is that magic number. 586.01 is that magic number. We did get a nice little push into it. We start to bounce. IW, on the other hand, is above VWAP, is the one that has the most separation away from VWAP, and it's headed towards that daily upside breaker. So IW, all right, is headed towards that daily upside breaker. 252.35 will be that daily upside breaker. So there are some buyers, willing buyers, that will engage in this area of this key zone. So there's some willing buyers that are willing to pick it up here. Right? Is there enough to get us above these highs and to get us above this key zone? That's the $1 million question. Is there enough of them to get that done? VIX going south here. Slightly going south, fell back below that 25. Fell back below the 25 here. Okay, let's see if we get that continue push. Continue push. 657.91. The top of that sell block is going to be the shockwave trigger. All right, so this is going to be the shockwave trigger. So I have to use context, knowing that that key zone is there. All right. So I have to respect this key zone up there and take that into consideration if it does trigger and I get that synchronized buying. So far, conditions are score is F. Okay, we do have strong bull control still, but the conditions are very, very poor conditions. Market sync Nothing is synchronized. Okay. So what we know is there are buyers willing to pick this thing back up off this territory here. So if you're looking for a bounce, see if you get some sort of bullish price action in this territory. If you're looking to go short, you don't want to see bullish price action in this territory. You want to see the opposite. You want to see a strong close below that level, and that will trigger that 15-minute breakdown below that zone. For that continue push lower, crude continues to climb. VIX is back below 25. VIX back below 25. Nice bounce off that 586.01 on the Qs. All right, so we're seeing the willing buyers there. IW did peak into that 252 in the 252.30s. We just couldn't catch a nice push back above it. I got that rejection off that PMH. So shockwave hours here. So the Qs are the first one to lead. So let's see if the Qs can be the first one to break those levels. The trigger on the Qs is going to be that 588.78. 588.78. Trigger on the Qs, 588.78. Okay, I missed everything. Where are we going and how is it looking? So far, nothing. So far, nothing. B. We just went over the pre-market prep. No trade so far. There's a bounce here off that key zone. Outside of that, nothing there. Okay, there goes Apple. Okay, let's see if the Qs can go. If the Qs can get above that 588.78. Keeping a close eye on the Qs. First to lead. First to lead. The Qs have a little bit of a buffer, a little more room. Okay, to PMH. So keeping a close eye on the Qs, keeping a close eye on SPY as well. Reason why I like the Qs is that nice bounce off that daily upside breaker. Okay, looking at the looking at the 590 on the Qs. Okay, we get the nice little break, hold, 590 on the Qs. What this can potentially be looking like is a double top. So this double top situation has to get invalidated. Okay, it needs to get invalidated. So in this case, no front running. Have to be patient. Amazon, nice break on Amazon above PMH. In this case, if Nvidia, if Nvidia can reclaim that 177.07, that can't possibly help the Qs. Okay, let's see if the Qs want to fuel back up. I'm looking at the 590s on the Qs. SPY, trigger on SPY. The 657.92. Just need Nvidia to reclaim that PML. IW going south. The Dow not doing much. Okay, the Dow not doing much. If the Dow can become directional on that 5, that'd be great. Okay, there goes Apple. Apple is out of here, guys. Apple is out of here. Nice break on Apple. See if Apple can come back for that retest. $10 o'clock in 12 minutes. We do have orange folder catalyst. Orange folder catalyst, I believe. Okay, 10 o'clock. So ISM, we have ISM data coming up at 10 o'clock. If Apple can come back for that retest, might have to resort to Apple. Okay, because Apple already hit the scale out. Apple already hit scale out. Okay. QQQ, keeping a close eye. So you get that nice hold on QQQ. And don't take Apple by any chance. Apple is out of here. Okay, forbidden fruit is out of here. In this case, on the Qs is make or break, meaning my risk is going to be that conservative. All right. So either scale me out, stop me out at conservative, or hit TP. Apple already got scale out. Apple already got scale out here. How we doing, guys? So SPY not doing much. Q's not doing much. VIX below 25. All right, so I'll be as patient as needed, guys. Patience is needed. If patience is required, if patience is a prerequisite, okay, I'll bring that along. Let me just adjust. I think I have it on aggressive, so I'll just adjust this to conservative. Apple is out of here. How are we doing so far, strikers? Nothing yet. Okay, good. Apple went. Okay, Qs. So you get that nice hold on the Qs. What can join us here? If the Dow can join the party, that would be great. I love how the NVIDIA is trying to reclaim that daily upside breaker. Okay, Qs. See if that can print, come back into it. If you took the break trigger, if you're in already, manage accordingly if your risk is already defined. Okay, don't chase. That's the main thing. Okay, the Qs, see if that can hold. That can hold there if it can. We'll look to take the Qs as NVIDIA tries to reclaim here. Okay. So in this case, if you have the break, if you're taking the break, you're already in. If you're waiting for the hold, you're waiting. See if you can pull back just a little bit into that PMH. Pull back just a little bit. If this goes, I can also entertain SPY. If the Qs are a little bit ahead of schedule. SPY is starting to come as well. So the Qs already went. So this primarily being driven by the Qs. The Qs are at PMH, so keep a close eye on PMH. Okay, Qs. See if Qs can come back in a little bit. Just come back in just a little bit. Get that nice little rejection. Off that PMH, come in. Because we know this, if the Qs starts to push and it kind of leaves me behind, that's going to drag SPY higher as well. So I can take SPY to get a better entry if it takes off. So if you took the Qs, manage accordingly. If you're waiting for SPY, SPY is coming up. But just be mindful for SPY, we do have that overhead zone there. All right, once the risk is defined, man, Apple is out of here. Apple is out of here. See if you can come back in. Looking at the 590s. Okay, get that nice little bounce. I'll be there. Okay, I'll take the Qs right there. Okay, I'm in the Qs. My risk on the Qs is the lows down here. The aggressive, the stop is 587.26. 588.03, not aggressive. I have the conservative stop. So I'm in the Qs here. Up 4%, 5%. If you did take this, manage accordingly. TP where you need to. Okay. We need to get above PMH, guys. We need to get above PMH. 8% on the Qs. We have PMH right there. If you're going to take profits at PMH, that might be a good thing as well. All right. If SPY can join the party, that would be great. Up 12% on the Qs. TP where you need to. We need to get above PMH here. Okay. Up 13, 15. There we go. There we go. There we go. 16. I'm going to take a little off right there at 17. Okay. First scale out at 17 for good measure. And see if we can continue to go. I got to respect the PMH. PMH is right there. I got to respect PMH. Okay. Context is key. So first TP, 17. All right. I want to hold it past it, but if we can't get above PMH, I can't refuse that 17%. It's too good to turn down. Too good to turn down. Let's see if the runners can get above PMH. If you took that, dollar signs in the chat team. If you took that trade, dollar signs. If the PMH was not there, right, I can see if there's more juice on the move, but can't discount 17% in less than 2 minutes. And PMH is giving us a hard time. So now either stop me out here or hit TP with the runners. Market context would be key as well. I love how the VIX is falling off a cliff. Okay, this might just buy me enough time to see how it plays out, as long as I don't get below here. All right, so PMH, very strong. Very strong there. All right, so again, 17% TP. It's first scale out. Anyone take that, strikers? AMD view uphold. Got to respect that PMH. So first trade of the day today is the Qs. Today is the Qs. If we close below here, then I'll get rid of the runners. All right, so I like how the VIX is going south here. Starting to bounce here a little bit. But if we can stay above this territory, I don't mind letting it play out. I don't mind letting it play out. Got to respect the PMH is right there, okay? If it wants to go back and forth, that's fine. That 5 minute is trying to go shooter, so we'll see if we can respect that. Don't want that to play out. So we need to get above that break above this territory here. We did see some buying pressure there. Overhead supply. So coming into it, we need to break it with some force. All right. If you're holding until target and you already said, hey, you know what? Either stop me out or target, and you're not taking profit at 17%, by all means, you have not been stopped out yet. So it just depends on what you're looking to take. Okay. Depends on what you're looking to take. See if that can break us above this territory here. This is the key. Okay. This is the key. We need to get above for the Qs. Today, this is key. We need to get above that. We get to go. SPY starting to go as well. Another trigger on the Qs is the reclaim trigger. The reclaim trigger on the Qs. PMH break will be great on the Qs. Okay, that's what we're waiting for here. All right, so see if we can get that break. You want to take that if you took profits already. Good, good, good. Need the VIX to continue to go south. AMD. Let's take a look at AMD. SPY hasn't given us anything yet, guys. Outside of that daily open bounce and that PML, SPY hasn't given us anything yet. Apple is out of here. So Apple was the good one today. AMD, Shockwave stopped out. Starting to fade at VWAP possibly. Just a mess in this area. Very choppy. SPY, no signal yet. Apple, okay, the forbidden fruit is the one taking off. So we just need SPY to wake up here. So again, context for me to keep this, okay, I want VIX to continue to go south. I want VIX to continue to go south. All right. Risk is here. I want to see if we get that break here. That would be great. If it starts to reject, comes into this territory, then stop out on those runners. Let's see if SPY can join the party. That would help the case. We're starting to see the Dow pick up some speed as well. Okay, and the Dow's starting to pick up some speed here. Okay, let's go. Let's go, Qs. Let's go, Qs. We're back up 10%. SPY's starting to work out, so I might go to SPY here and just babysit Qs. Okay, Qs will babysit in the background. SPY, there's a lot of overhead keys on there, so context is key. Keep in mind we have a catalyst now. 10 o'clock. Okay, 10 o'clock catalyst. Okay, still in the Qs here. Okay. So see if the catalyst can work in our favor. TP where you need to. Anytime you need to, guys. Up 13%. There we go. Up 38%. Up 36%. 35%. Okay. Hit TP1 on the Qs. Okay, I'm going to take more off right there. Thank you very much. Okay, that was wild there. Did you guys see that? Down to the last one here. That was wild. Okay. So 17%, 30%. TP1 already hit. TP1 already hit. So again, this is the area. So anyone take that? Anyone take profits there? 35%. It's going to be hard to get filled in that situation. If we fall below, that's 588.11. I'll part ways with the last one. Even on SPY. SPY went as well. Okay. Close the last one there. Okay. So nice push initially. 10 o'clock comes. We get that push to the upside, hits TP, and start to revert back to the downside. Of course, that's fueled by a catalyst. Okay. And the closer we get to this territory there, no longer a horse in the race. Who took that? 20%, beautiful job. Yeah, they did choose violence. Granted, in that case, you had to hold with those runners. You had to hold with some of those runners through the catalyst. Okay. So TP already hit, and if they want to go with this mess, and if it just means one trade today, again, guys, I'll look for mean reversions, but if it's just one today, I'll take it. That pop right there was very nice. So already hit TP. So you can already see, already hit TP. SPY also hit TP. Let's go to SPY real quick. We're done with the Qs. First trade worked in our favor. Only issue with SPY is, okay, if you did take SPY, you have to have that chart awareness to know that I have a key zone here. And of course, catalyst as well. Okay? So this gives you a tight window to take profit. But if you're not trading at 10 o'clock exactly, right? If you're because of the catalyst, then you don't do anything here. All right? So if you took the Qs, and the Qs, there was the multiple opportunities to TP. If you took the scalp initially, that was nice. And then eventually with that catalyst, it pushed the upside with ISM. Okay, well, you can see this key zone is really strong. So there's no coincidence that we're at this key zone, okay, when the data drops. And guess what? Down goes the Qs. The Qs are back at view up now. Let's go, let's go, let's go. All out, Qs 15%. Beautiful job. Yeah, so we did take the Qs. No trade on SPY. SPY hit as well. And now with the catalyst, we're starting to dump here aggressively. Dump here aggressively. Strikers. And you want to take that. Yeah, that SPY one took place so fast because of the it's like the signal came right at 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock is right when the data dropped. So at least with the Qs, there was a little bit of breathing room before the catalyst. So now does this catalyst drop us even lower? Okay, in this case, see if we can make a case for the VIX to push back the upside. VIX is starting to work its way back to 25. Okay, I'll be here for the other side of it. No problem. Okay, first to bleed principles apply. So in this case, we took the Qs because the Qs bounced off that daily upside breaker from pre-market. Okay, came into shockwave, gave us that opportunity. So now if the Qs fall below 586.01, continue to sell off, VIX gets back above 25, that can open the window. Okay, the ones I did break out, Apple continues to push. And look at this manipulation up here, guys. So this is actually a trap of PMH. We get above PMH, hits TP, and it's hard to get filled in this situation. Right? It's hard to get filled in this situation. So in that case, all you can do is just close the trade. So if no buyer stepping off of this side, that 15-minute candle does look aggressive back to downside. If we take a look at the data, ISM manufacturing PMI, red folder, 56 previous, 54.8 forecast, actual 54. So it came in below forecast, below previous reading, and we have the president speaking at 1 o'clock. So in the meantime, between now and 1 o'clock, they might want to chop some traders around. So if you're able to extract some profits during the first 30 minutes, okay, find a multitude of reasons to get involved again. Okay, if you're green, stay clean. And I know it might not be as entertaining to take more trades, but if you can get one, you can wait until after 10. If you can wait after 1 p.m., that'd be great. Again, guys, make sure to like the video. We got 44 likes. We have 209 people joining us. First trade played out beautifully. QQQs, first TP 17, then 30, then stopped out on the last runner as it fell off a cliff. How we doing on Google Meets? Beautiful job, Marshall. So that ability to take profit is critical, guys. Is critical. And then now we're back within, very close to that daily open. Okay, so on the other side, we're starting to see IW. See if IW can hold that as small caps start to sell off here. Now, let's go back to SPY real quick. Okay. So with SPY, all right, we can see that PMH grab took place. So that shockwave gave us a small window into PMH. That's why we have that massive zone there. Okay, so the cleaner setup would be, of course, if the Qs get above 25, if crude starts to pull back and we break below these lows, get below daily open, and this right here would be the smoother setup because this is being fueled off this initial rejection up there. If that makes sense. So what does this translate to? Okay, this translates to, okay, like we were saying earlier, if we take the shockwave here, context is key. We have this massive key zone there. Okay, you have to take that into consideration. All right, so the TPs have to probably be very, very quick. Yeah, what happens so fast, Firefly? It's not. Sometimes in those cases, you don't get filled. Nice. That's the volume area high previous day. Beautiful job. 33%, 34%. Done for the day. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. IDM input stopped out, 15%. Okay, IW. Everything's starting to bounce off those lows. And really and truly, it's messy action to open things up. Okay, so there's requiring high level of patience. Make this. Don't want to extend it too far, just 5. Boom. Okay. There we go. So to extract out of here, you have to be a super sniper. Snooper sniper, and also take into the fact that we have the red folder. The catalyst. Like a nice retrace reject on the VIX, not the Q, on the VIX, not on the VIX, on the Nvidia. Nvidia came back into that 177.07, that PML rejection, retrace reject. We're starting to see Walmart's out of here. Apple continues to go. Apple is the one that got away today. See if Walmart wants to provide an opportunity for that retest. Yeah, the action is very, very ugly, doctor. Couldn't say it better myself. Very, very ugly. They're not giving us a lot, guys. All right, so even if you did get stopped out, all right, it's very important that you don't let that blow over into over trading. Make sure everything is calculated. Okay, potential flag under that potential flag forming here under VWAP. Look at this mess on the 5. IW. See if IW wants to get that complete breakdown. Okay. Keeping a close eye on IW here. IWM, that is. Scale out already provided, so puts triggered, scale out provided. But if we can go this way, there might be a little more room left on that slide to the downside. So I'm looking at the IW 251s. Puts on IW. See if we can come a little closer into that 250.83 and stay below that daily open. So I wanted to reject off this territory, get as close as possible to the jaws of this territory for that nice little slide. That initial breakdown already provided that scale out. All right, so basically I'm fighting for an entry here. Fighting for an entry here for a second leg breakdown. Okay. So that's what I'll look for on IW. Again, guys, make sure to like the video. Let's get the likes up. We got over 188 people joining us this morning. First time viewers, let us know where you're joining from. Long time viewers, take advantage, join our community. See one little bounce on IW. Coming to that jaws of that red box. IW will also be a make or break as well. Okay. Okay, I'll take IW right there. I'm in the IW puts. Okay, so IW, don't want it to get back above this territory here. Okay. So it gets back above this unit of risk, stopped out. Granted, IW's contracts are a little cheaper, so it's not as capital intensive. Okay. See if that can start to break down. If it can, great. If it gets above that 251.20, then we'll get stopped out. It is coming from PML. See if the sellers can protect that daily open. That would be a good sign. If buyers overcome daily open, okay, that can start to lean towards getting very close to getting stopped out. If you're waiting for the entry based off of this interaction, all right, you're looking to make a decision based on the reaction you get here. Okay. IW is down 15, 16. About to get stopped out here in IW. Okay. Stopped out in IW there. So IW, I'm stopped out. Puts on IW stopped out. It wants to work its way back the upside now. And 16 minutes away. 16 minutes away on IW on a first shift conclusion. So let me go back to SPY. So IW, quick stop out, gave it a shot to see if there's a nice little retrace reject. The 5 minute was still strong. 5 minute was still strong. Okay, SPY possibly giving us another opportunity here. Okay, let's see if SPY comes in. Again, context is key. That major area, we do have a major key zone there, so I have to take that into consideration. See if that can hold. Okay. So no trades on SPY yet. QQQ worked in our favor beautifully. IW stopped out. Okay, there goes SPY. So if you take the break, that's your trigger. Just manage accordingly. If you're waiting for the risk reward box to print, gotta wait a little bit. In this case, we're starting to see the VIX go south, which is very, very encouraging. Okay, let's see if SPY can come back just a little bit there. And you want to take that. See if we can come back in just a little bit. If it can, I'll take that. Okay, if we can come close to this territory, I'll take it. Very rarely do I take 3 trades during first shift, but if it calls for it, I'll take it. Okay, so you can come back into it. They're not giving us much. The market might be on standby until 1 o'clock. Okay, market might be on standby until 1 o'clock. $15-minute doji is so helpful. 100%. That 15-minute, there's a lot of pressure on both sides. Beautiful job to the downside, Patel. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. All right, so we are jammed in this area here. Look at this. So on the 15-minute, there isn't any decision. So it's tough for us to get any expansion. See if that can hold. But we are seeing a little bit of chop back and forth. See if that 5-minute can hold. See if it goes hammer, gets back above it. So this key zone is very, very, very strong there. Right, SPY keeps coming with that daily upside breaker. SPY keeps coming with that daily upside breaker with no luck. VIX has room to that 24. VIX has room to the 24. So this first one, with the help of the data, hit target within 1 minute. Okay, this second one gets stalled up here. If it starts to continue to slide, no position currently. If it starts to continue to slide, no reclaim, I'll just let it pass. I'll just let it pass. Okay. That doji, 100%. What do we have on our AI alerts? We have CVNA, we have BA breaking resistance on the hourly chart. A reclaim here would be great. All right, if you look at the hourly, just for a quick second, guys. Just jump over to the hourly real quick. This is the hourly. So we're directional on the hourly, and we're just failing to hold enforcement. See if we can hold back above that level, get back above it, I'll be there. On the SPY 660s. Okay, so you can just come back just a little bit more. Okay, I'll shoot my shot there. Okay, I'm in SPY there. All right. I'm in the SPY calls here. If you took that, manage accordingly. TP where you need to, up 11. I'm going to take some off right there at 11. Down to runners. Okay, being very sensitive here because of this territory. All right, not fully convinced we have more room to go. So I'll take it off at 11 and see if the runners can do the heavy lifting above that level. So I have to respect that fact. All right, I have to respect that fact and see if the runners can start to go. Go, 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 up 15. There we go, guys. TP where you need to, guys. It might just be see profit, take profit type of day. If it is, good, good, good. Up 24, 22. Shockwave to the rescue once again. Scale out. Scale out given. Scale out given. At 22 to 24. My shockwavers. Anyone take that one? See if they can get that continued push. I don't want prices to get back below here. My NC is right here. It's already TP at 11. Or if I waited for scale out, I could have squeezed out a 20 to 24. That's okay. Now I want to see if we can get back above this territory. I like how the VIX continues to push. So now the VIX, guys, the VIX needs to break 24. All right, the VIX needs to break 24. We're at that PMH here, guys. All right, if you haven't TP, do what you need to. We already flashed 22. Let's see if that continue to push. Reclaim that key zone. We'll be good to go. Reclaim that key zone. Right, we want separation away from here to the upside. If it starts to move to the downside, okay, we might start working our way back lower. That 5 minute, let that 5 minute fight. Let that 5 minute fight. Dollar signs in the chat. Okay, there we go. Up 24. Go, go, go. Go, go, go. Okay, now I want this key zone to hold. I want this key zone to hold. I want that key zone to hold. I want us to get above PMH. And I want the VIX to stay below 24. Okay, we'll be good to go. Up 31%. There we go. 32, 33, 37. There we go. Go, go, go. I'm going to close it right there. Thank you very much. At 34. All right. So first trade on SPY worked out beautifully. 11% TP and 34% the rest after that scale out. If you're still holding, manage accordingly. All right. And there you go. That's shockwave for you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, SPY. All right. I don't trust too much of the activity up here. That's why I had that 11% TP. And eventually gave us 34% out of that. Okay. Anyone else? Dollar signs, guys. Took that, made up some of my losses. Beautiful job. Good, good, good. And again, the action today is ugly action. Okay, George. George Q says Shockwave got the green arrow, first call, second call. Did not trigger the green arrow, but did get a little box. What time frame? QQQ. So what happens is when the green box, when this risk reward box comes in, team, right? That means that's the ultimate confirmation. But sometimes when it does print, right, price can already start to accelerate and be away from that level, right? The reason why when it printed here and it disappeared and went to this one is because of this feature here. So what I have it is, since I don't have boxes everywhere, I make the last box disappear. So you see it says delete previous box. So if I do this, we'll show you all the boxes. That's probably the reason FIDO. So if I do that, there you go. You can see this box here and this box there. So this was nice there. This was there, nice there as well. So I have that just for visual purposes, where it just shows that one box at a time. Once a new box comes in. Okay. So on that note, guys, we'll be done for first shift. All right. Q's caught that for the nice double-digit gain. IWM stopped out, and then SPY, beautiful trade on SPY as well. If you just stayed patient for SPY, all right, say if you took that loss here, you're re-engaged, you're probably back at break even. Okay, maybe baby break even, maybe a little bit of green, a little bit of red. Right, but this one, you would only take this one if you already are looking to take a trade at 10 o'clock, which is the ISM red photo catalyst. All right, so very, very important. Close out, break even. Okay, beautiful, beautiful. SPY has a daily 200 sitting at the PMH. Yep, that daily 200 is huge. Thank you for the reminder, Hussein. Beautiful, 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 5%. Beautiful job, Carlos. Let's go, let's go, let's go. How are we doing on YouTube, guys? These conditions are terrible. I got to be honest, they're terrible conditions. We're still finding a way to navigate. If you're babysitting those calls, okay, from 10:15 in this area, babysitting those calls, okay, mark out your NC. All right, do what you need to do. Don't chase the calls up here. Unless you see something that you trade, unless you have a high probability setup that tells you to buy calls up here, right? The train has left the station. Okay, the train has left the station. Beautiful job, Marsha. Beautiful job, Marsha, once again. James, what did you trade today, James? The conditions are choppy, guys, so very important that you stay patient. 50% of SPY hits that 5. Okay. Beautiful job. Gandhi still in green. Took profit early on SPY. Good, guys. Smash the like button, guys. Smash the like button. If you're interested in joining our community, please take advantage. Please do so. The price increase is in full effect. The price increase is in full effect, but there are, okay, the last 12 spots are available. Okay, those are the last 12 spots. Because if you go to the site, the price increase is there. All right, so if those 12 spots fill up, that means there's no more availabilities at that particular price. All right, so make sure to join to access all the resources, tools, you name it. We got it. We can get it. And for the folks who do trade Shockwave today, or who did purchase Shockwave, it did provide us with 2 opportunities today. And again, it's up to you to take those opportunities. Market context is key as well. Main thing is not to chase. Main thing is not to chase, okay? This thing might chop around for until 1 o'clock, to be honest. Might slow grind higher or chop around till 1 o'clock. So we're at this key zone here. Can we let's hold this key zone. Can we at least hold that key zone? Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. First shift is almost in the books. Again, guys, 3 more minutes until the conclusion of first shift. 3 more minutes until the conclusion of first shift. Okay. I cannot log into the live link. Okay, so Arnie, when you're logging in, I can give you some help here. If you guys are having a hard time logging in and accessing the stream, okay, remember, you have to go all the way down here. You have to go to the live trading tab. When you go in there, you open this up. Okay, when you open that up at the Google Meets, okay, what you have access to then is you have access to the delay-free ad-free stream. That's what you should be seeing. So sorry for the folks on Google Meets. I know that the screen is going infinite, but that's what you should see. All right, so very, very important that you do that. Okay, so it's all available in the Discord. So you have to go to the pre-market prep stream to really find that. If you're having trouble when you do log in and all you see is your particular username, okay, first things first, make sure you're using the current date. If you go to a previous meeting, okay, that previous meeting no longer exists. Or if it does log you in, it might just log you in and you're there by yourself. All right, but if you are logging in here and you're still having a hard time seeing anything, try using a different browser, okay? or try using the Google app, the Google Meets app itself. I believe there was one person who had trouble with that at some point in time. QQQ on SPY here. You got caught here on that candle. Okay, that'd be enough trades for me for first shift. Okay, so 2 worked in my favor nicely. 1 IWM stopped out. If I go back and review the IWM, what I was really looking to trade here on IW is that breakdown, right? Maybe could have done a better job with the entry, right? A little bit better of an entry, but my risk was there. I wanted this area to hold, meaning just waiting for a price to reject off of that, right? Maybe could have done that, but just took it, see if I can get that nice little breakdown. Confirmation would have helped in this case, meaning confirmation, we get that nice little interaction with that level. We fall back below it, and there's some sort of structural breakdown taking place. And so in that case, this is my wiggle room margin of error. It gets above that, it gets stopped out. Once I get stopped out, I am no longer there. Okay, I am no longer there. Once it goes back above the level, I just like taking profits. That's it. I'm no longer a part of it. Because if I do decide, guess what, guys? Then I'm probably preoccupied with IWM being down 60%, and that's taking some of my mental capital, and I can't take SPY. Does that make sense? So it's very important that you manage that risk to the best of your ability. And if you're wrong, okay, it's better to be wrong quickly and for a little bit than be wrong for a long time for a lot. Okay, so very, very important. And SPY continues to go. So for my folks who are holding this, okay, this is scale out already. Scale out given. I already hit scale out, and it's about to hit TP. But you had to sit through a lot of back and forth. You have to maybe use this key zone as your NC. All right, so first shift is in the books. Let us know you did in first shift, guys, for how you did in first shift. That 5-minute candle can hold above that. That'd be great. Let me fix this to also risk reward box. Let me fix that just a little bit. See that downward compression off that key zone continue to push. Oh, you got to remove that box. So, Father, you got to remove that box is what you're saying? I just saw your message. Be careful here, guys. Very, very choppy. The box on the side. The one that says call aggressive. Yeah, you can remove that box, right? If you want to keep that chart clean, by default, it's there. You can remove that box by simply going to. You go all the way down here. Here. So you go to pane. No, it's not pane labels. Where is it? It's the boxes. You click the, no, not the boxes. So let me reset it to default real quick and I'll show you. Because I have mine off. Okay, keep that there. Not the table. Where was it again? I'm drawing a blank for some reason. Not pain label. I think it might be pain labels. Yeah, pain labels. Yeah, pain labels. So if I don't click pain labels, okay, and that takes this box off. This box just gives you an idea of the exact, this pain labels. I don't know why I drew a blank there. All right, so this box here, it tells you, okay, calls, entry, stop, target, TP, where your next TP is. So pain labels is the way you take off that box. So once you go to the style, you go to pain labels, you take it off. Okay. Hopefully that answers your question. Keep in mind, by default, the risk is aggressive. Keep in mind, by default, the risk is aggressive. So you want to change that. So if you want to keep the risk that way, Firefly, you can keep it that way. But if you want to change it to conservative, being the first quadrant, then you can change it as well. And that's in the webinar. USO looks like it wants to fall off a cliff. Let's take a look at USO. Yep, USO. If USO falls below 110, that's the magic number. VIX is at that 24. Fell below 24. But here we're just chopping around. Very aggressive, violent chop. It looks like the market is just buying time. The program today is buy time, engineer liquidity until president speaks. Okay, it has nothing to price in. Okay, it's priced everything in. Amazon, let's take a look at Amazon. Ticker symbol AMZN. Ticker symbol AMZN. Okay, Amazon, scale out, TP, scale out. Amazon took off, a couple of opportunities there. Apple, the one that got away for today. The one that got away for today is Apple. Okay. Look how clean that chart is. All right, so this, we got to catch this. Gets it. TP1, TP2, TP3. Clean. Okay, this one got away. Was moving a little too fast. Okay, cool. You changed it? All right, cool. Just want to make sure. All right, Apple. We were talking about Apple, but it just kind of got away from us. All right, so we'll come back for Apple at some point in time this week. We did a tremendous job on Apple last week. I believe we caught it a couple of times. Okay. Again, guys, make sure to like the video. Let's get the 100 likes. That's the threshold. We're officially in second shift, first shift. Very, very choppy to open things up. No gap up to open things up. We just kind of open up where we left off on Friday. We had a nice little push, a nice acceleration. We had these two key zones. We had this initial key zone coming into the day. This key zone was something we had to pay attention to. Again, coming into it, it is resistance. So if we're going to be long in that territory, we have to just treat it with some respect. If we get that continued acceleration above it and it's sustained, we get the closes, then we can see this. We can see a push back above some of those critical levels. What are these key zones? This key zones, guys, is that daily upside breaker along with that weekly upside breaker. Despite the fact that we're just chopping around here, let's not lose sight. Let's not lose sight of something very important. Okay? Look at this. Look at this, guys. This is last week's candle. We are above last week's candle, and we're starting to reverse. Look at this. Look at the time and sale. Look at this. Look at this candle. Look how erratic this candle is. Look at this. Look at this. Okay, that's a sign. And wait until, unless you're going south, you have puts there. Okay, that's a sign. The market is just saying, hey, you know what? It's a good time to wrap it up. Good time to wrap it up. One thing I'm going to continue to bring to our attention, team. is here. All right, it's very hard for us to catch a bid above this rejection zone. Okay, very hard for us to catch a bid above that rejection zone. Okay. So the two setups today were, of course, the grab, peak back lower, and the setup we took was the longs into this zone, right, with a very, very tight window. Okay. So now this is where we are. We're rejecting out that rejection zone. We're probably diverging in some way, shape, or form between these highs, if not between these highs. Not sure if someone has their RSI open up. Confirm that on the 15, someone. Or are we getting some divergence on the 15? On the hourly and the 15 as well on SPY. Especially the hourly. Okay, that's the game plan chart there. Okay, these are the two key zones we seem to get into and have a reaction back to the side. And now we're in the heart of that range. I'm going to check my breaking news feed real quick here. Reports in Iran after 2 weeks of comprehensive review and high-level assistance. Iran has conveyed its response to the U.S. proposal for ending the war to Pakistan. Wow. Okay. Iran conveys reply to U.S. proposal ending the war. So what does that mean? In conveys reply. All right. Very murky terms. All right. So it's some sort of headline, again, having to do with ceasefire or potential ending, some sort of pause in the back and forth. That's all we're waiting for to see, and that's what can really take the market to the next level. All right? $60 per contract. Beautiful job, James. Way to bounce back. Any luck, Arnie? Let me know. Good morning. GME is overvalued. Just a normal day. Anything can happen. Good morning, MW. Good morning, HHPD. Very bouncy. I'm a little late to the chat. Beautiful job. Got a sale. I enter calls at 10 a.m. Hell was able to sell 20%. Beautiful job. Yes, so I do the 0 DTEs. You don't have to do the 0 DTEs, again, but I like the 0 DTEs. Okay, took profits too early on SPY. Okay, good. All right, so again, a lot of chop. This is the market give back hour, so the market rebate, okay? The market is taking donations in this area if you're trading things that don't align with your plan. If you're trading things that are not associated with some kind of setup or some kind of measured, calculated strategy, all right, the market is running its charity program. You're going to end up giving the money back to the market. So very, very important that you only trade the things you have success trading. And right now, there isn't too many things clean in this area. Of course, retrace, reject out the key zone, sure, right? That fits within this key zone. But outside of that, right, nothing much. No real expansion. Despite the chop, Shockwave did give us multiple opportunities. Okay, despite the chop, despite these ugly conditions, Shockwave did give some great opportunities. Nice bounce on VWAP on spot. Nice little bounce off that VWAP. So poll question for today is very simple, very straightforward. Bullish or bearish today? 61% of the chat is bullish. How we doing, strikers? How we doing? How we doing? How we doing? How we doing, guys? Stopped out 70% puts. Beautiful job. My goodness. Let's go, Turbo. As soon as it spiked, beautiful job. Firefly. Okay, I'm glad you guys caught it to the downside. Iran's response consists of 10 clauses, including the end of a conflict in the region, protocol for safe passage through Strait, Hormuz, lifting sanctions. I didn't see this update. I might have to do the update. Manage options trade with more control. Options trade with trailing stop is now available in the app. All right, so it might be time to do another Webull video. That's really cool. So I don't think I have the update yet. Okay. All right, just chop back and forth, guys. Last trade on SPY worked out beautifully. Nice push step side, rewind to 10-14 territory. What I did like is I didn't take the initial bounce. I wanted price to come into it. So when I get the signal and price is all the way there, right? If I'm taking further data contracts, I can pursue it possibly. Since I'm taking the zero, I'm gonna have to wait for price to gravitate back towards that level. If it comes into it and it shows bullish action, I can take it. If it continues to slice and chop in this territory without taking the risk, without getting stopped out, and it just kind of just hangs out in this area, I'll be open for the reclaim. Right, so either the bounce or the reclaim is what I want to take in that territory. If it's just a complete expansion, synchronized buying, okay, everything is just pushing to the upside, everything's breaking above levels, all right, then in that case, I don't mind taking it here, a little further away than the entry, because I know there is a big move brewing. Okay, so if there's a big move brewing, if you can put yourself in a position for a big move, right, you can get away with subpar entries. Not terrible entries, but subpar entries. Especially if it's a momentum move. And what I mean by subpar is the difference between having an entry here, okay, and the difference between having an entry up here. It might not seem like a lot, but trust me, guys, it makes a big difference. Because now if your entry is here, your stop has to be somewhere else. Your entry can't be there, your stop can't be here. So you have to have a good area where your stop is going to be. So if I know there's a big move brewing, conditions are ideal, meaning synchronized buying, synchronized selling, in this case, synchronized buying. Beautiful conditions. We don't have a lot of major levels up ahead. Clean runway, right? I don't mind getting activated here. But on days like this, right, making sure that I have entries as close as possible to the level is going to be critical because we don't have a lot of room to operate. Right? In this case, by the time we got to this territory there, since we had that good entry in this candle, we're already up 11% for the first TP. And then it goes to scale out, okay? And it goes to 30+%. And then we're out of there. All right, so on days like this, the entry's just as important, if not more important than the idea itself. All right, because you can have the right idea, wrong entry, still be wrong. Okay, I answer calls 10 a.m. Okay, good. Loving the stream, absolutely. DJ Zeppi. 50% of SPY hits 50% of SPY hits 659 before 10:45. I'm on call 10:10. 10:10. That's about this territory. Okay. Good. So now we're in the range of first shift's range. So what we need to solve for here, team, is do we want to get some sort of expansion or do they want to play the game of mean reversion? Okay. Mean reversion or expansion is what we need to solve for this next juncture as we come into these levels. All right, mean reversion or continued expansion. Okay, Let's get 100 likes, guys. 100 likes is the key, is the goal. We'll do the giveaway at 11:30. All right, we're a little light on the likes today. I know everyone's coming off a long weekend, so make sure to hit the like button as you're coming in. We have 170 plus people joining us. Make sure to subscribe if you haven't already. If you're a first-time viewer, throw one in the chat. We'll take a listen to our friends at CNBC. We'll go over the higher time frame charts at 11:30. Okay. See what they got to say today. We will have the coverage at 1 o'clock. President will be speaking at 1 o'clock. We will have the coverage. So stay tuned until then. We will have that coverage. We are 21 likes away from cracking 4,400. Let's see if we can get that done today, guys. $21 likes away. That's a huge number for us as we continue to grow our channel. Anyone done for the day? Any done for the days? I believe I think it was Joey, the only one who was done. He was done for the day early up right there, close to 34%. Keeping a close eye on that news feed.
Health fund, robot taxes, a 4-day work week, perhaps an efficiency dividend.
Can you guys hear?
It's an interesting read, worth taking a look at. Meantime, New Jersey Congressman Josh Gottheimer sending a pointed letter late last week to Anthropic CEO Dario Modei, raising concerns about national security amidst the recent leak of Anthropic's Claude source code. Representative Gottheimer joins us now. It's a first on CNBC interview. It's funny, Congressman, I think of Anthropic, I think of them as the leader when it comes to at least saying out loud, we got to regulate this thing. It's the most powerful technology perhaps we've ever seen in human history, and yet you're going after them. Why?
Well, first of all, thanks for having me. And obviously, they've been out in front, and Dario, their CEO, has not been shy about talking about what we need in this country, both to win, which I think is critical, against our top adversary, China, in this Cold War, but also about protections we need in place. So, we've got to call balls and strikes. And I saw something that was very concerning for me, both obviously the leak of source code in recent days and leaks on their website. And on top of that, what I noticed was they had changed kind of in the dark of night some of their policies, one core one, which said, hey, listen.
Okay, good. So nothing on their end. Nothing on their end. Okay, we're just chopping around this area, guys. It looks like the market is on standby until 1 o'clock. Until 1 o'clock, unless you're a scalper. All right, unless you have your full attention on the charts. It might be in your best interest to wait or do nothing here. If you're done for the day, stay clean. Okay, stay green, stay clean. Okay, it is the first official week of April. Last week I had a couple of days in April. First couple of days, but this is the first official full week. And it's a new week, so make sure you're implementing those things, the changes you're going to make immediately. Don't wait until the middle of the week, just from the opening bell. All right, all you're focusing on is once the opening bell rings, you're just focusing on that particular shift. Okay, from 9:30 to 10:30, that's your primary focus. What's taking place in there? Looking for your setups, monitoring the action, taking into account the levels the levels in that area at that particular time, and taking a shift by shift, day by day. All right, so very important to do that. This is just give back money hour, donate to the market hour. Same thing for the Qs. Qs continue to do the same thing. Qs are below VWAP. SPY is about to get below VWAP. The Dow is above VWAP. IW is just slightly below VWAP. So you can see we're having mix up. Okay, mix up. We got 3 of them that are up, 1 of them that are down. Mixed context. We're still above that daily open. We're only about, the SPY is only about $1.22 away from daily open. Looks like the Qs are about 53 cents away from daily open. And it looks like the Dow's about $1.50 away from daily open. Okay, so it looks like everyone's on standby until 1 o'clock. Until 1 o'clock. Let's continue to listen. I'm going to go quickly and refill a little bit of an early coffee refill break, but we'll be right back.
Where that all ends.
No, one thing to bring up, I'm really glad you actually raised that, because we started at the leadership of Hakeem Jeffries, who's the Democratic leader, an AI commission a few months ago to look at just what you're talking about. Me and 2 other members of Congress, Valerie Foushee and Ted Lieu from California. And our job is to actually look at this and come up with smart framework and recommendations on legislative recommendations to have proper guardrails in place so that we excel, we win this race. And do everything we can on education, on healthcare, and government to seize all the opportunities here, but also have smart recommendations at the same time to protect everyone. In the Congress, unfortunately, this time we used to have a bipartisan committee. The Speaker of the House decided this Congress to say, we're not going to do that anymore, and turned over the keys to the White House. And so we in the Congress believe we have a significant role to play to make sure we do this in the right way. Seize all the amazing economic opportunities, all of the great power this has, but also do it in a smart way.
Well, do you agree with your Democratic colleagues, Senator Sanders and Congresswoman Ocasio-Cortez, that we should ban data center construction in this country
I think that's absurd.
Until there are guardrails?
That's absurd. I mean, if we want to hand over the keys to our enemies and let them win and make sure, that would be what you would do. That makes 0 sense to me. What I think is what you do is make sure we do it the right way, so that if you build a data center, you make sure you look at the job piece of it, you look at the energy and the water piece of this, make sure that people's utility bills don't go up, that they cover it. So there's certain things that you have to do when you build data centers, but the idea that we wouldn't have an all-the-above approach to energy, do everything we can to have more energy and more chip power so that we can win this race is critical. But saying we're going to forget about it and put it in some box somewhere and hope it doesn't happen is literally just ceding the race, and that's ridiculous and unacceptable to me.
Congressman, there still are some skeptics about the promise of AI in general, and they argue that these grandiose policy ideas the companies like because it feeds the notion that this is truly revolutionary. You think there's a chance it's not?
No, I think we're already seeing how revolutionary it is, right? And I think, it's one of these things you don't put back in the box. The question is, how do you seize it the right way? And that's really what this is about. Making sure that we look at jobs. You saw what OpenAI put out some ideas today. Some of them actually revolutionary if they move ahead with them in terms of having funds set up for all Americans to share in. And there's different things. Microsoft put out something on energy and making sure people's utility bills don't go up. Those are the kinds of reforms we need to see from private companies, but at the same time, government has a role to play here, and we have to make sure that to do this right, like we have, by the way, with every major technology that we've been involved, we have a centralized way of looking at this in the government. Instead of 12 different departments, we have a centralized way to do this. We have, if we're going to have a national standard, you want to make sure we have the right protections in place and the right carve-outs for our states to be able to do what they need to do from a protection standpoint, protecting kids, protecting from deep fakes, making sure that we look out for everybody in the process. And to me, this is exciting, but it's got to be done the smart, right way. That's what I'm very focused on, a group of us are focused on, and that's why we're going to watch after the other companies and say, if you do things, we're going to call them out, and we want answers.
Yeah, understood. And the conversation has to continue. It's such an important one. Representative Gottheimer, appreciate your time today. Thank you.
When we come back, NEC Director Hassett's with us as Money Movers begins in a moment.
CBITS. Your company started in the kitchen.
Hello?
Now it has 3. Your team of 5 grew to an army of 500. And that's your logo, right there in marble.
That's big.
To grow your business from big to bigger, you need an advisor built for the middle market.
Our data shows that this deal works.
Interesting. Very interesting.
Accounting, advisory, insurance, and more. CBIZ, insights that impact.
Oh no, is this the episode with the breakup?
Reba, we can't agree on the house.
Y'all need Realtor.com. With over 500,000 new listings every month, you could find the one today.
This could be it.
Better put a key ring on it. Realtor.com.
Prime would like to welcome you to Augusta National for the Masters. Starting with 2 additional hours of coverage. The Masters now begins on Prime.
We started Henyon and Walsh for people like you. People who share our...
Okay, I'm back. So nothing has really changed since I left. So far, VIX is back above that 24. Crude is still holding above that 110. SPY is just hovering a few points away from that daily open. And so is everything else. So everything is just barely holding that daily open. And no real clean moves. We're still within prior shifts range. Fix that box. Okay. Bolivia. Okay. Qatar. Okay. Da-da-da. Yeah, the VIX, we usually put it here. So VIX is right here at 24. VIX right there at 24. You see it right here to the right. I do have one chart open there. Okay, well, will the put trigger, which is 655.52, on your screen change? No, will not change. That'll be the put trigger for the remainder of the time being, because it captures the opening range. So what I'm looking for here, guys, is just mean reversion. Mean reversion lottos. I already took 3 trades within the first hour. 2 worked in my favor nicely. 1 stopped out on 1 on IW. So a lot of the heavy lifting is done. We have to take into consideration we're chopping around. 1 o'clock, we do have the meeting. All right, we do have the meeting. 1 o'clock, the president will be speaking. So in that case, mean reversion lottos, the only thing on the table in these conditions. Outside of that, there's nothing for us to really do here, guys. Okay, so mean reversion lotto just means we grab session highs or session lows. If we can do that preferably close to the time the president speaks, that'd be great. Tesla, let's take a look at Tesla. Tesla. So Tesla. Good night, Tesla. All right, so the shockwave, guys, is not only for SPY. Tesla also went. Okay, so especially if you trade the Elite 8. Okay, Tesla also went. Tesla's put trigger 361.48. The idea came in at 10.04. Gets the break. Get the scale out. Hit that TP. Okay, now Tesla's below that daily downside breaker. It's trading below. Friday's lows. Okay, so this move on Tesla was actually, wow, a $6 move on Tesla. Sponsored by Shockwave. Okay, Apple, the one that got away. Starting to come back in slightly, but still quite a ways away from that level. Okay, let's go through some names here. Let's go through some names. Let's go through some names here. Why is the thing so huge? Okay, extended hours. Okay, makes sense. Okay, so Apple goes more than 3R, 4R on Apple. So you risk 1, you make 4. AMD. How did AMD do? AMD calls, if you scalp it, available. If you're using scale out or TP as a marker of win or loss, stopped out in AMD. Tesla goes 3 TPs. 1, 2, 3. 3 TPs. Okay. Palantir, no signals on Palantir. All right, so this, the indicator was able to detect this as being a trap. It didn't get you trapped there. So no signals on Palantir. Next name, Broadcom. No signals on Broadcom yet. Still within that range. TSM. Okay, TSM did come in here. TSM, scale out, first idea. Stopped out, second idea. Available for scalp, but we're going to use that scale out, stop out line of thinking for it to see if it's a win or a loss. So in this case, scale out and 1 stop out. Google. Okay, Google, scale out hit. Nice little scalp there on Google, but did not get another scale out. So 2 ideas came in on Google. This one eventually got stopped out. This one scaled out. This one available for a scalp. Okay. NVIDIA. So semiconductors have been ugly today. NVIDIA is still within that range. So NVIDIA is still within the opening range. So NVIDIA has not broken that open range yet. So it looks like semis are being held back. Okay, we got Meta. Meta, beautiful scale out on Meta. Meta drops, puts, gets all the way to scale out, gets all the way into that pre-market low, gets very close to that TP1. So it worked out beautifully on Meta to the downside. Broadcom, scale out on Broadcom, breaks out initially, scale out on Broadcom, calls there at 1048 for a nice appreciation there. That's a monster move on Broadcom, guys. Broadcom is a mover. That's about close to a $5 move there on Broadcom to the upside. That'd be a one and done type of trade on Broadcom. Next name. Amazon. Amazon, another idea on Amazon. Comes back in, reclaims it, continues to push. So 3 ideas on Amazon. 1 hits TP with a scale out, 1 scale out, and another scale out as well. So 3 ideas on Amazon all hit. JPM, JP Morgan, financials. Let's take a look. Okay, financials, scale out, current idea as well. So 3 ideas on JPM as well. Apple, of course, Apple hits 3 TPs. Walmart. Walmart in this case, Walmart, look at that, hits TP, and Walmart scale out. Works out beautifully. And Exxon. Okay, Exxon still within that opening range. All right, so tremendous performance on the names I did push to the upside. Provided some scalp opportunities as well, but those massive moves, the whole point of Shockwave is to put you in position for those massive moves, right? Those momentous breaks will put you in line for that. All right. So in the meantime, second shift, we haven't gone anywhere fast. Continue to chop around. We're still within first shift's range. We'll get above, below, below VWAP. Nothing too clean here. Nothing clean at all. Folks on YouTube, make sure to like the video. Okay, let's get the likes up to get the like. To get the likes up to get the giveaway going. Okay, we'll do the giveaway. And who's done for the day? Strikers, anyone done for the day? I'm looking at VIX on another another chart to open up a little more real estate here. Right, but we do have the VIX here on watch as well. So VIX, that magic number on the VIX is the 24. Okay. And the magic number on crude is that 110. Just throw alert on both. And these are the days where being patient and sticking to your guns is so important, right? If you start trading things outside of your setups, if you start doing things that you didn't intend to do, if you start taking trades that are unplanned, if you start taking things out of schedule, all right, the market will make you pay. So very important that if you did take your trades, guys, keep it clean. It looks like we're on standby until 1 o'clock. If you guys have any chart requests, again, we can do some chart requests. So I'm not looking to take any more trades until I get a mean reversion or until that 1 o'clock time to take advantage of volatility. All right. So that's going to be the plan for today. IWM. They get stopped out on IW earlier. All right. And yeah, so IWM is still within that middle of the range as well. So the opportunity came in very early in the morning. Very early in the morning during first shift. I came in. Ever since then, just been chop, chop, chop. Ever since then, it's been chop, chop, chop. Astronauts set to break Apollo 13 record on the moon. Yeah, that's wild.
I think that AI is a more powerful force than the internet, and that thinking like Alan Greenspan's is something that I think would be necessary and refreshing at the Fed right now.
But don't you just have to also react to what you're getting on the data? Today we got services PMI, for instance, prices paid at a 3.5-year high. I mean, there are indications that inflation could be stuck sort of stubbornly high here.
Again, if you look at the Cleveland Fed estimate of the next month, then it's back to almost normal. And so I think there's a temporary disruption that we expect that people will look through. And again, you can't have a big increase in supply and not have downward pressure on prices. It's very, very simple economics.
We had an economist from JP Morgan on last week who's bullish about the year, in part, Kevin, because of the idea of Congress somehow passing a rebate. Now, we've talked over the last year about DOGE rebates, we've talked about tariff rebates, but do you think Congress has the stomach to have some direct stimulus before, say, the midterms?
Who agrees with that? AI is more a powerful force than the internet. AI will be more powerful than the internet. Even though AI used the internet, but okay. Like they're two separate things. But for the sake of argument, all right, to get thought exercise, AI or internet. AI will dominate the internet. So for us to get a good grasp of the power of the internet, just think of the time without the internet. All right, how information would travel. Yeah, interwoven, exactly. Right, so before the internet, how do we transfer information to the masses? Printing press, right? Internet comes around, printing press disappears. completely just disappears, right? Because now we can exchange information, move information very quickly from point A to point B. And then that net just got wider and wider and wider and wider. So I would say for AI to do that, so what, in this, from the standpoint of where AI is now, what is the equivalent to the printing press for AI 10, 15 years from now? So what is it going to disrupt? That's equivalent to what the internet disrupted. Kind of interwoven, in my opinion. AI, yeah, it is very, very. I mean, search engines are like clay tablets in comparison to the kind of information you can get with some of these bots. All right, now searching something on Google is I don't even think I use Google search anymore. Right, because all it does is it doesn't give you, it just gives you the links to the pages that are SEO optimized, the ones that get the most amount of clicks, or the ones that pay for the clicks. So AI kind of removes, from the standpoint of Claude, ChatGPT, just from a common user, it removes that extra step. So that's why it's so efficient. So instead of you Googling something, right, instead of saying, what is day trading? If I Google that on Google, it will just send me to all the sites that talk about what day trading is. Right? What AI, what one of these chatbots would do, ChatGPT, Claude, Anthropic, whichever one you use. All right, we'll get all that information for you and put it into something you can tangibly read and understand. So you're not scouring the web. All right, so probably the biggest disruption is the workplace, right? That's the disruption everyone is talking about. That is a disruption of automating a lot of these repetitive tasks. All right, so from that standpoint, it could be pretty significant. AI is already better than the search engines. Yeah, 100%. From a tech perspective, it's far more dominant. However, the user base as a whole lacks the understanding of fully utilize it. Much like internet first became widespread to the public, 100%. So it looks like the user is always kind of lagging behind. Right, early adopters are always the winners. All right, so the folks on the ground floor, they know how capable this thing is. But the everyday user is not at that level where they can take advantage or utilize the tools and resources that AI can provide, or the efficiencies that how it can make things more efficient. So there is a pretty significant knowledge gap. So again, if there's a knowledge gap, then there's an opportunity. So if someone wants to fill that gap via business, there you go. I have a new client that is a huge global tech manufacturer, household name. It just started to build their automation AI. It's almost shocking how behind the curve they are. Yeah, so at least they're trying to implement it so it makes so companies like the one that you work for, they're going to have some great opportunities because they're filling that gap, bringing companies up to speed like especially B2B, right? From a B2B perspective, bringing other companies up to speed is a huge value add. Or even training some of the staff. Training staff on how to use training staff in support roles on how to properly use AI tools to optimize their work. Yeah, so we'll see how it turns out. We'll definitely see how it turns out. We shall see. And the thing is, you can't beat it. So join it. Use it. Use the AI. If you can't beat it, join it. A while back, they were offering prompt engineering certificates at Purdue University. This was a while back, probably in 22. Then I ended up taking that. It was for free. Just so I have an idea, right, on proper way to prompt. Right, prompt engineering is an actual thing. The AI can be, the way two people use AI can make a huge difference. Right, prompt engineering within itself is an emerging field. Tesla already took off. Tesla broke down to the downside. Now it looks like the market is just on standby until President speaks at 1 o'clock. We'll have that coverage for you. In the meantime, guys, make sure to like the video. Make sure to subscribe. We did get a couple of ideas in today. We're looking at IWM. Let me go back at SPY. So for me, 3 trades. 2 worked beautifully. 1 stopped out on IW. 1 trade on SPY. So the 3 trades came across all 3 indexes. 3 of the 4 indexes. The one that we took first was the Qs. QQQ played out nicely. So let me know. Do you guys still use Google as a search engine, or are you guys fully implementing using ChatGPT or Claude as your primary way to search things? Right. I think I'm like 90% there. Like I don't use Google as much. Like Google search. We get yelled at if we use Google. Yeah, Google is very inefficient. Yeah. Yeah, Google will give you the AI answer. Yep, with Gemini. So Google, that's smart on Google. Right? So, hey, we're going this way. We're going to build it as well. So Google did blow a couple of projects. Okay, so Google, of course, they're one of the biggest companies, but the execution on Google has been a little bit shaky. Outside of acquisitions that they made, pretty significant acquisitions they made. A while back, they had, if you guys recall, Project Loon. Anyone familiar with that? Okay, they have all these ambitious projects, but never execute. They had Google Lens as well. Ambitious project, but they never, a lot of conception, but never comes into actual project. And a lot of these projects, right, if they stuck with it, they were ahead of the curve. Okay, Meta glasses is here now. Google Lens was here like maybe 10 years ago. They were flirting with that idea. Right? Starlink. Starlink is a huge one, right? Google had their version of Starlink, but not to the extent where they were sending it out via satellites, but they had these balloons at certain altitudes. They had basically, these balloons floating in the sky. They are essentially routers, okay, in different locations, and it was called Project Loon, right? It's kind of what SpaceX is doing, but the difference is SpaceX, of course, they went out of space and they have their satellites in rotation, right? Again, a lot of ambitious projects Google starts, and then the whole concept was to have internet available everywhere. Okay, so basically a hotspot everywhere through Google. So hopefully on this Gemini, okay, as they're competing in this, they have a small piece of the market share in this AI space. Okay, they cannot afford to lag behind. They need to go all in. All right, that's why I did like. That's why I hate him or love him. Mark Zuckerberg. The one thing is, he goes all in. Right, and he's okay with losing. We saw what happened with the metaverse. The stock took a hit. Right now they're going all in on AI. Right, so when you do go all in, sometimes you're wrong. But if you don't go all in, okay, you can get swallowed up and become blockbuster. Especially if you're operating in this, if you have a company related to a tech valuation. DuckDuckGo, yeah, that Google DuckDuckGo is a good one. Yeah, so Gemini is pretty good. I get Gemini. If you have a Google One plan, you get Gemini for free. I think it's like $20 a month. So now it looks like Claude is slowly stepping in to that top spot. All right, ChatGPT a year ago, in comparison to where it is now, right? A lot of those competitors in the space are starting to catch up. They're starting to catch up. Think of it like this: during the time when Henry Ford released the Model T, right? During that 20-year span, there were at least 20, 30 car companies, right? And there were so many car companies at that time. And what happens is, big fish swallow small fish. Some of them don't survive. And then eventually it comes down to maybe 3 names. All right? It comes down to 3 names. And those 3 names just almost have some sort of agreement to say, hey, you know what? You dominate this corner, I dominate this corner, and we're going to be kind of like frenemies. Very similar to the dynamic we saw between Microsoft and Apple. All right? Microsoft at some point in time, had to keep Apple alive because they were in trouble for monopoly. All right? Microsoft was seen as a monopoly not too long ago. So they had to keep Apple alive. And of course, they had to make some adjustments to their operating system. So there's not going to be just one name that's the winner, because that one name can start to turn into a monopoly. So that number 2 and that number 3 are going to be there. And they need to exist. Okay? Just so the illusion of a monopoly is not there. All right, so we do have some support here. Very, very subtle support. Nothing I love. Okay, going back and forth. Just chop, chop, chop. Somewhat of an inverse cup and handle possibly brewing. So it looks like the market is just waiting until 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock, we do have the president speaking here. 1 o'clock, so we'll have that coverage for you. So into the meantime, we do have this triple bottom situation going. How far does it take us? If you're looking for that inverse cup and handle, at this point, what I call this is the mirage. Okay, so when you haven't taken the mirage effect, when you haven't taken a trade in a long time, what happens is you start getting desperate for a trade, and you start to see patterns everywhere. It's kind of like being in a desert. All right, you're so thirsty in the desert, you're looking for water, and then you start to see water in certain areas, and there's no water. Same thing, guys. So this is the mirage effect can be taking place here. Okay, second shift is officially in the books. Second shift, no trades. We just chop in second shift. Most undervalued company now is Google. Yeah, I think Google is the media side of Google is huge. Okay, I think the media side of Google is huge. With YouTube TV. Of course, they have exposure to AI as well. Right, so they just need to be on par. But the YouTube is huge. All right, they just need to be on par with everything else. Like AI, they don't need to be the top dog. All right, they just need to be top three. Top three, keep up, and just continue to swallow up these smaller companies that are coming up. M&As. And just really be great at what you're doing. And try to be good at the things that will keep you afloat in the other spaces. All right, the amount of revenue YouTube generates, Google generates from YouTube. Let's actually take a look at that. YouTube alone. So not YouTube TV, just YouTube alone. Okay, so over $30 billion. And the thing with YouTube is, okay, you're not paying for talent. You are not paying for talent. Unlike Netflix. Netflix, full production. You buy the content, you buy the rights to the content, you have it on your platform. On YouTube, it's different because it's user generated. All right, so you're not paying for talent. The only thing the talent gets is a chunk, a small piece of the advertising revenue. All right, and the newer generation, all right, they are more interested in user generated content than full production type of content. So I think that as long as they can dominate that space, okay, and be top 3 in the AI space, just be up to par. But don't blow the media wing. They'll be good to go. See if we get a nice little break below this. If they can break below this, we might get a mean reversion trap here that's being put to the test. That'd be great. Watch out for the mean reversion here. And the cool thing is, all right, you can invest in all of them. You don't have to pick one. You don't have to pick one. Okay, you don't have to pick one. And they also have, again, Google. Interesting thing with Google is they have some exposure, right? They're like an octopus. They have their hands in everything. They're also in the data in the cloud business as well. Okay, GCP. They do have a little exposure, a little piece of SpaceX, Google and Fidelity, about 8 to 10%. They're just investors. They don't have any. They don't own it. They're just investors. Look into Google TPUs. Or we're taking NVIDIA GPUs, which is not priced in. Again, with these processors, right, they all have life cycles and they all have to be implemented. So Google uses its TPUs, but the compatibility has to be put to the test. So when you're implementing new chips or new tools or new software or new hardware into servers, before they go into mass production, right, they have to be tested. Right, because now for you to change, unless that particular server runs through its entire life cycle, it's not just, hey, you know what, there's a new chip and then we're just going to install it in all these servers. Right, it has to go through its whole life cycle. Right, you have to make sure that chip integrates with your current system, and then it gets adopted slowly. So nice mean reversion there. We come into this territory, we grab those lows, prior shift, come into the support, we start going back to upside. So is this just setting up a nice inverse cup and handle? We shall see. We shall see as we await the president. Way more superior to Tesla, FSD. All right, the cool thing is you can invest in all of them. You don't have to necessarily pick one, but Google is basically an octopus. It has its arms and everything. The second I try line up, it breaks. Are we finally? I have a single 1DT put currently 5%. Okay, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Yeah, this is basically just a lot of wow. You don't want to be doing anything too significant in this area, guys. Got an initial sweep, fell back below it. VIX is starting to climb to that 2450. 2450 coming up. Make sure to like the video on YouTube, guys. Make sure to like the video. Let's get 100 likes. See if we can get to 4,400 subs by the end of the day. That'd be a huge number. Shockwave did most of the heavy lifting today. All right, did most of the heavy lifting today. Starting to break down to the downside. Nice little grab, push back lower. New hourly candle. And we'll do a giveaway by then. Let's try to at least get to 100 likes by 12 o'clock. That'll be the goal. I haven't checked. We're probably there already, but let me check real quick. Okay, that is the goal. Okay, we're almost there. Oh, we're already there. Okay, we're already there. All right, let's try to get to 150 before 12, and we'll do 2 giveaways. We're already eligible for 1. All right, so ATR below $1, IV below 25. Okay, that's the first thing we're seeing in April. The conditions are slightly different. We're collecting the data. March, completely different. Okay, March was a different animal. If you take a look at the 5-minute chart, it's as messy as it gets. Look at the wicks on both ends. Everything is contested. Unless you have further dated contracts. Okay, it's not easy to sit through that back and forth. Even though from a directional standpoint, we've had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, now 6 straight 5-minute candles of selling. So 30 straight minutes of selling. But look at that. Okay. Yeah, 1 o'clock. I believe he's speaking at 1 o'clock.
let me drive. They keep giving me things. We distributed it right on.
That's not auto pay.
I'm gonna use one of them.
Jackson.
I want to be a football player.
You have a good arm? What position do you want?
I want to play linebacker.
So it looks like he's not talking yet. I think they're having Easter egg roll.
Best looking guitar. I don't know if he's our best guitar, but he's our best looking.
So keep a close eye on that. Mean reversion. Okay, that's a mean reversion. So mean reversions, right? Pun intended. They're not very friendly if you're looking to get that continuation. They're mean. They are mean. So I'll have that for you guys once that's available. I'll have a close eye on the president. So the market is looking to just wait for what he has to say. Context, Easter egg roll. But can go any way. Anything can be said, so we have to be on the lookout for that. We have to be on the lookout for that. Yeah, SPY is moving at a snail's pace. So even if you take this, it's just scalps, guys. Scalps. Accuser bouncing off that 586.01. That was a magic number this morning. That was a key level to pay attention to. Yep, that's what the market is waiting for. It's hard for the market to price anything in. Looks like it's priced everything in up until this point, including the red photo catalyst from this morning. And the only thing it hasn't priced in yet is what the president says. Therefore, that's what the reaction is based on. All right. So the most important thing for us to pay attention to when he does speak is the highs and lows. All right, and if we take a look at, okay, we talked about it in the pre-market prep and yesterday as well during Stocks After Dark. If you can get a chance to watch that, guys, make sure to go back and watch it. I did post that in the chat, in the April chat. Right, a lot of the catalysts, the major catalysts, are on the back end of the week. So Monday, outside of ISM. Not a lot of activity. We got that data with that initial reaction of the president speaking at 1 o'clock. And then Tuesday, we don't have a lot of activity. And then Wednesday, we have FOMC at 2 o'clock. So this can be the calm before the storm. And then on Thursday, we have GDP, PCE, and then we have CPI. Okay, so things are going to start to pick up after Wednesday, 2 p.m. Well, after Wednesday, 2 p.m., things can start to pick up. Until then, the primary thing to pay attention to is any comments, any rumors pertaining to some sort of ceasefire agreement, some sort of escalation in the Middle East. That's what the primary thing will be about. Okay? There's 1 p.m. Eastern. 1 p.m. Eastern is the time. One p.m. Eastern is the time. If you're just joining us, we already took 3 trades. 2 of the 3 worked in our favor. We took those trades during 9:30, the open, and 10:30. So feel free to go back, rewind to get caught up. No gap up to open things up this week. The big takeaway is, okay, even though we're chopping around, we can't lose context. Why? Because on the weekly, we're already reversing. Okay, so it's very easy to lose sight of the weekly, because we're in this mess. All right? The Bulls did a sneaky job, got the job done on the weekly. Okay, let me show you. Why is the system slow today? Okay, let me just go to the weekly here. Let's go to the weekly here. I'll illustrate my point right here. Okay, let's go to SPY. All right. Okay. Let's go to SPY. Let's take off all these drawings. Move all the drawings. Okay, SPY, guys. I already triggered that weekly. We had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 weeks of selling. Last week, we broke those lows. We got a nice little buy back up. End of the week as a nice bullish candle. We broke that weekly candles high. Now we're starting to reverse back the upside. So unless SPY falls back below 50% retrace this weekly, the bulls are in control from a directional standpoint. All we need now is attentions to ease in the Middle East. And this will take off. Okay, then we can start to see the 460s. The 660s. 660s. And then maybe if we can get a continued push into the 670s. All right, so bullish case. That's what we can potentially see. We just need some fuel behind this push. From a technical standpoint, reversal already took place. On the daily. All right, that's if we can stay above that daily open by the end of the day, despite the candle, despite the anatomy of this candle, that's 4 consecutive days. We went inverse head and shoulder. We're testing neckline here. Okay, left, head, right, 4 consecutive days. So 4 days of sell-off, followed by 4 days of buy-up. All right, so the reversal, it's very sneaky, already took place. Okay, we already triggered it. What does that mean for us? That means this level up here. Okay, what that means is this level up here. You see this daily upside breaker, that weekly upside breaker? That's 658.62. That's that weekly upside breaker. Okay, so we already triggered that. Mean reversion, we grab those lows, we go back to the other side. Only took forever in a day, but we are pushing back up. Okay, we are pushing back up. And you don't take that grab, mean reversion lottos. If you did, congratulations. If you didn't, all you can do is sit back and watch. Absolutely cap T. He's not speaking yet. IWM, okay, LLMs are scale along with Gen AI. China has better models that you can run on your laptop instead of a data center. Way better for use models, good training, data specific use case instead of trying to do everything. Yeah, remember when DeepSeek, was anyone trading during DeepSeek, NVIDIA? All right. When the market reacted to DeepSeek, I think we corrected for like 5% on one day. 3 to 5% a couple of days, I should say. Right, DeepSeek comes out. I even did an entire video on DeepSeek. This is a while back. I believe in 24, 25. I think it's 24. Okay, late 24, maybe Q3 or Q4 24. Or it might even been the summer of 24. DeepSeek. So we got a trade alert, AI alert. Let's take a look at it. What's the idea for today? AI. So no ideas for today. Outside of a break, resistance break, support break, notifications. AMD, large sweep order coming in on AMD. Speaking of AMD, let's take a look at some of the intraday charts of some of our favorite names. So we know SPY already. The game plan chart, you can kind of see is holding up. Okay, sweep of those highs, bounce off those lows, not going anywhere fast. If we take a look at some other names here, we'll organize it by biggest loser. Okay, Tesla's coming to the very bottom of the support. So Tesla coming to the very bottom of support. Triple bottom possibly brewing on Tesla. We bounced there, and now it's starting to bounce as well after an aggressive sell-off on Tesla. Okay, so Tesla, that 363, nice bounce there, 353, 351.79. Okay, so let's see if that bounce can lead Tesla back to that 50. Okay, back to the 358s. It's a nice bounce on Tesla after massive sell-off. Relief pop on Tesla. Broadcom. Right, that's the biggest support resistance, right? Kind of in the middle of it. Nothing major there. Nvidia as flat as can be. Did see a nice little push in pre-market. Intraday just gave all those gains back. Again, not going anywhere fast on Nvidia. So this support resistance territory is major level on the hour, kind of like the zones that I draw on SPY. So AMD is sitting right in this resistance. So if AMD continues to hang out in this territory and can't seem to catch a bid, and AMD starts to fall below that 148, okay, and holds below 148, it starts to work towards 147s, we can see AMD start to slide. Right, there's a lot of room for it to drop in this area. Okay, so AMD at resistance. See that resistance can continue to resist. Exxon comes in, grabs the lows of Friday, last week's lows, starts to bounce, continues to push. JPM. Okay, JPM is above Friday's highs. Nice little bounce. Possible flag on JPM brewing. Flag on the 15 on JPM. Google coming into that major resistance as well on the hourly. So for it to continue, it's going to need to overcome this resistance for it to open up this runway. But for now, it's at resistance. Walmart, nice push on Walmart. Walmart's chart has been very tricky. You can see it. Just basically zigzags as it continues to grind higher. Meta, that 600 level on Meta is everything. 600 level on Meta is everything. We have that overhead resistance as well. SPY trying to work its way back to the upside. Qs trying to work their way as well. Let's go back to SPY's chart here. Okay, let's go back to SPY's chart to see if there's something there. Okay, let's take a listen here.
I stopped him with the Obama horrible Iran nuclear deal. I stopped him in a lot of different ways. We got rid of Soleimani, the evil genius. He was an evil genius. We got rid of him. And then we stopped him with the B-2 bombers not so long ago. And if we didn't do it, Israel and the Middle East would have been extinguished by now.
Okay, this is like pre press conference at 1 p.m. So let's go to the AP stream. Unless we get some comments before the press conference. This is the official one. The AP is always a good source, right? There's no commentary. So the AP just gives it to you how it is, and that's what I like. No commentary. And you get to just watch the market and watch it react as the president talks. Okay, so about an hour away, guys. About an hour away. All right. So up to this point, I'm gonna do the end of stream poll as well, team. So our first end of stream poll for the month of April. If you are done trading, answer the poll question. Again, it's completely voluntary, but it gives us a good feel how everyone did. Okay, so let us know you did. Put in the chat if you're green, if you're red, if you're yellow. Okay. And I'll maybe put a poll on YouTube as well. Okay. I'll leave that over 4 hours. All right. So end of the stream poll is available, strikers. I scalped a quick 15% Tesla call. Beautiful, beautiful. On that bounce or from earlier. If you caught off that bounce, right, that's a beautiful. Great job on doing the technicals. Cup and handle on the one, or just overall over the past few days. If you're looking for a cup and handle here, you can make the argument. Is that the one you're talking about, Fishman's? So no trades in this mess here. Keeping it clean. All right, and this action will put you to sleep. So don't trade out of boredom, guys. Don't trade out of boredom. It's too expensive to trade out of boredom. All right. At 150 likes in the next 3 minutes. Let's get more likes up, guys. Let's get more likes, and we'll do 2 giveaways. We are on schedule to do 1. We will do the giveaway at 12:30, and then that leads us right into 1 o'clock press conference. All right, if you haven't already, like the video, subscribe. Okay, I wish there were more opportunities for us to click some buttons, but what matters just as much as where we click the buttons is where we don't click the buttons. All right, so not giving back profits is very, very important. Let's see what our friends at CNBC have to say here.
Depression, ambitious layout here among the CEO's new recommendations this morning. Talks about a public wealth fund to capture growth in AI companies, and then those deploying AI going on and sharing those gains with the broader public. So funding things like Social Security, also shifting from a payroll tax to taxing automated labor to also fund other social security type things and overall sort of the safety nets out there. 4-day work week. He also talks about containment playbooks as well for things like rogue AI. It does come amid a wave of negative headlines around this technology, especially for job cuts. We have seen mentions of AI job displacement on earnings calls skyrocket, and then deep AI related layoffs across tech, from Meta to companies like Dell. That negative sentiment could be a real headwind for OpenAI and other AI companies as they look to go public. I am told by a source close to that company that OpenAI is still on track to list as soon as Q4. They are actively meeting with bankers. From what I'm told, CFO Sarah Fryer has been building out their IR team. According to this person, Fryer is going to make the call closer to the end of this year, depending on market conditions. There was a report by The Information this weekend that Altman and Sarah Fryer are at odds over some of the mega spending plans ahead of an IPO, citing a source. The company, though, pushing back hard on that report. Joint statement from those two saying, in part, we are fully aligned. They talk about durable access to compute at the core of OpenAI's strategy. They call it a key differentiator, and they say they have both been directly involved in every consequential compute decision, trying to negate some of the reporting out there. The source, though, that I'm talking to, close to Altman and Sarah Fryer, telling me that they feel, quote...
Right, so again, job displacement, job disruption. This makes a case for UBI. Okay, so the UBI argument enters, once again, UBI is basically universal basic income. All right, so the mass layoffs affect people to the point where there's no jobs and the companies are automating all the tasks. So now they have to pay some sort of fee, some sort of tax back into the system to help everyone with the displacement of those jobs. I think the one that was making the argument was Wang a few years ago, if you guys recall, right? I think it was Andrew Wang, UBI. Who would be for UBI? Are you guys for UBI, universal basic income, or against? I'm a like machine. Appreciate it, Coach. Coach Avalos. What do you coach, Coach? All right, the time is 58 minutes away. So I've just been sitting on my hands since that last trade on SPY. Worked out beautifully. Sponsored by Shockwave. So on a day like this, it still provides the opportunity. Notice how it didn't trigger here. Notice how it didn't trigger here. Right? So these are very, very important because you don't want it to trigger just because it's above a level. There has to be multiple things it takes into consideration. There has to be multiple things it takes into consideration. Okay. 100% Firefly is as ugly as it gets. This chart is as ugly as it gets. Okay. So just be careful out there, guys. We're probably inside on the hour. We're inside prior shift's range. New hourly candle. That's our working range. We swept these lows down here. This was up for grabs. This mean reversion. And when you're playing these mean reversions, it's not just based off any low, right? It's based on our framework of the shifts. The shift-to-shift framework. ATR atrocious, 81 cents. All right, we were spoiled in March, despite the fact that March was a crazy month. All right, we had some beautiful ATR conditions. Okay, price was moving. It was moving aggressively. Yeah, that's true. Now, I don't think there's going to be a choice for UBI. All right. That's where it looks like it's heading, but that just completely reshapes the matrix. It reshapes how this country runs. Right? So the population is no longer producing. So robots are producing. So the question becomes, what is the population going to do now? Right? Well, what are people going to do now? Yeah, during that time, worst case scenario, we'll still be here. All right, so it's going to be on everyone's best interest to start getting into endeavors where you can really leverage a skill set, something very similar to trading. This is the argument, this is the case I'd make for trading. That's the last frontier to go. And when is the best time to learn how to trade? I'd say when you're fully employed. Don't leave the job. When you're fully employed, that's the best time to learn. Not when your back's against the wall and you're no longer employed and there's a pressure for you to learn this new endeavor. All right? So the best time to apply pressure is when there's no pressure and almost simulate pressure. So you get used to it if something changes. Okay, so again, I'm not a big proponent of people just leaving their careers or leaving their full-time job because of trading, right? Unless it's something they have strategically planned out, they have found success in, and then you can make the transition. Outside of that, okay, you're going to have some months where things are slow, some weeks where things are slow. And if you try to apply pressure on the market, if you try to force the market in those conditions, right, you can start to do some serious damage. You can start to do some serious damage. I'm employed, but I get distracted all the time with my job, so I keep losing money when I trade and do my own job. Yeah, so it's hard to do both things. It depends on the nature of your work, but I would say don't trade while you're on the job. Right? If it takes your full attention away. All right. Some of the people on our team, they work remote. They work a different schedule where they have a little bit of flexibility and they can squeeze trading in. That's the whole point of everything we do, guys. One ticker, 1 hour, one consistent result, Shockwave 15, frame to frame, shift to shift framework. All these things are to try to make this endeavor fit into the things you're already doing. All right. So trying to make trading a part of something you're already doing rather than dropping everything and then making trading the main thing. That's what you don't want to do. Okay, because as much as you love the game does not love you. All right, so you have to have that healthy level of separation away from the game. Okay, of course you have to commit to the game. You have to go through all the motions of being a player in the game. Right, but I would make the argument it's better for you to make trading fit the things you're doing rather than taking trading and making everything else fit trading, especially in the beginning. All right, so if you don't have the luxury to trade while you're at work, don't take the trades. That's what I'll do. Say if I'm fully occupied, say I'm an electrician, right? I can't be looking at the charts. Okay, what I'll probably do is, you know what? I love the charts. I probably have alerts set in different areas. Maybe I'll go towards a swing trading type of style. but just learn. Just learn. All right, so you learn, and then you'll start to find these sweet spots where you do have some time off. Maybe all you need is, especially if you have that first shift window available, that's when most of the opportunities are. Second shift, when opportunities are there as well, but those opportunities there's less opportunities, less high quality opportunities. So say if you only have a lunch break available, Eastern time zone. All right, you work from 8 a.m. and your lunch is 12 o'clock. All right, so now say you can only trade between 12 o'clock and 1 o'clock, or however long lunch break is, or 12:30. You take a 30-minute break. So now you know from 12:30 to 1, you know which shift you're looking at. You already know, you have an idea of what kind of setups present an opportunity during that shift. You're not treating that 12 o'clock to 12:30, 12 o'clock to 1 o'clock shift, that window in time, the same way as you're treating the first shift and second shift. Because by nature, during that time, we start to slow down. If it's an expansion day, we come back, we break levels, we retest those levels, continue to push. If it's a choppy type of day, we go back, we go to the mean reversions. So now your job becomes, once you're on the charts, having those levels there already, and then seeing if we're trending, if we're chopping, and see during that time if pricing coming to certain levels, show you some signs of confirmation, and taking the trade. But when you do have that window in time where you do have a break, and you're looking at the chart, and there's no setup, there's no trade. So say if I take a break at lunch, all right, it's 12:11 right now. Okay, say my lunch break started at 12 o'clock. Okay, I can see where we're grabbing these lows. As we're grabbing these lows, that's a mean reversion right there. Okay, say by the time I get to lunch, it's already 12. I saw that already. Now my eyes are completely focused on how do we interact with this high, these highs all the way, this key zone, and this low down here. Because this mean reversion already took place. So what I'm trying to solve for is, does this mean reversion have enough fuel to drive us into key zone? In the case where we do have enough to drive into key zone, can we catch enough of a bid? Is there enough demand up here? Okay. Is there enough buying pressure up here? Okay, that gets us above this key zone. If there isn't, more than likely this key zone becomes resistance. Outside of that, there's nothing for me to do. All right, so if you're trading midday, those opportunities are not going to be as fluid. Okay, they're not going to be just one after the other. It just requires more patience, especially when it's those choppy type of days like today. All right, so there is a way to squeeze it into the things you're doing already, right? But you have to do it one at a time. You have to do the work, and then you have to do the trading. It's very difficult to do both things simultaneously. All right, so those alerts are going to be very, very critical. Setting alerts, making out levels on my chart helps when trading. While working, I treat the pre-market prep and live trading like a classroom and listen to George's trading. I'm able to determine my trade, set up, get a feel for what the market is doing. Trade while working isn't easy, but can be done. Yes, absolutely. So you have to make sure you have all those things in place, right? And at the same time, okay, in the event, always have worst case scenario, best case scenario. If you're at work and you take a big loss, okay, does your performance change? Does your attitude change? Okay, how about the other way? If you take a big win, does the performance of your full-time job change? Does attitude change? So these things also matter as well. All right. So very, very important to take all those things into consideration, but it is doable. But if you have a systematic approach will give you the best way to make it happen. 100% market tuition, absolutely, and huge kudos to everyone doing that, right? Who are trying to fit those two things together, and you will find a sweet spot that works best for you. All right, on top of already working, doing the full-time job, you're going above and beyond, learning a skill. Okay, you have that sense of urgency to get better. All right, so that's also a good thing. Okay, so we're just on standby for the president here, guys. President Trump, the only that's going to set a ceasefire. The only one that's going to set a ceasefire is me. Okay, and sometimes you have to be able to take no trades on that particular day. Take no trades on that particular day. All right, knowing when not to trade is just as important knowing when to trade. Okay, we're on standby until 1 o'clock. See what kind of activity we get there. We have not made any significant strides away. Flat day completely. We're green. The Bulls got the job done. Bigger picture thinking. The Bulls are above that weekly upside breaker. So they did get the job done. They did get the job done. Who's done for the day? Stop loss 100%. So for you to trade for work, it's going to be discipline. Is going to be very, very important. Right? It's doable, and most of the people that trade in our community, okay, they're working full time. All right, so they're working full time and they're managing multiple things. So it is doable. So thank you for sharing, Lynn. Anyone else? Anyone else that works full time and is squeezing trading into their schedule, give us some insight, strikers. Or share some tips and hacks that can help someone else as well. So alerts is a good one. Having the levels, right, is a good one. Preset. Okay, no, that's just... Oh, they're fixing the camera. Behind the scenes activity.
I agree that their free cash flow has been impinged somewhat by their spend, but given where we are in the demographics of investing, that you're more likely to find growth leading at a particular time. And so when there are values to be had there, as there were when the NASDAQ was in correction territory, people are going to...
Okay, CNBC. All right, down goes CNBC. Okay, we got a comment. MW forget work. I like that username. I trade before 10:30 a.m. Eastern on my 2 days off during the week. Losses definitely help while you're at work. Yeah, so if you have availability between 9:30 to 10:30, that's a sweet spot. So the optimal window is that 2-hour window, right? That 2-hour window is the optimal area. Within that 2-hour window, okay, sweet spot if you're an AM trader, this is where you're going to see the most amount of high quality opportunities. So you have to be sharp during this time. Keep in mind, it's Eastern time, so between first shift and second shift, and end of second shift. Okay. There's multiple reasons for this because the tail end of London power hour is taking place in that territory. Okay, so lots of things are taking place. There's a multitude of reasons why this time is critical. Okay, this is the sweet spot. So the time we're going to see the most amount of opportunities, okay, is right here. Okay, everything after this point is either a continuation of what took place or a reversion back to the mean after some sort of expansion. All right, between here, okay, that is the best time to execute. Between here, that 9:45 okay, to 11:30. That's what it's going to come down to right here. Okay. So within this window, 9:45, 11:30, you can even say 9:45 to 10:30. That's a very tight window. Boom. So this is about a 45-minute window. Okay, bigger picture. Window of opportunity, sweet spot. After that, okay, what happens is we start getting into the lunch hour. By that time, the London market is closed. Volume starts to drop off. Okay, so unless we're already trending after 11:30, okay, or unless we're just chopping from the open to 11:30, we're on the verge of a breakout, more than likely in this territory, okay, depending on what kind of action took place, okay, before the prior shifts, we can either be leaning towards what it comes down to is mean reversions, okay, and structural break and retests with support of the EMAs. That's what it just comes down to. Those are the only setups available here. So mean reversions, grab a shift highs, grab a shift lows, and continuations after expansion. Right, it breaks above a shift high, pulls back into EMA. That's what's available here during this time. Okay, and that's between basically 11:30 all the way until so after 11:30 all the way till 2:30. Okay, remember this is PM Eastern. And then things start picking back up. Okay, pre-game before power hour, that 30-minute window, and then power hour comes in. So after 2:30 to 4 p.m. Okay, things can start picking up a little bit. We can start picking up the pace into that closing hour. Okay. And the power hour window, okay, is going to be 2:45. Okay, all the way 3:45. That range will be critical. Okay, Shockwave will have that update very soon. All right, you'll hear about that more in the future. There you go. So initial move takes place. We either continue the move, we revert the move, we chop, chop, chop. We start to pick up a little bit of speed here, and then things start to get very, very the volatility increases into that last hour between 2:45 to 3:45. This is all Eastern time. So the things you look for here are different. Okay, different list of things you look for here. Market context is different. Contract price is different. Things you look for here. More than likely have to have a longer time horizon because it's going to take some time to unfold. Things you look for here. Okay, you have to make a decision. Are you going to trade the zeros? If you are, you got to be quick. Or you probably have to go further dated to take advantage because those contracts are going to zero. So you can break the market up into basically these three. So within the day, these are the three things you're going to pay attention to. What area are you trading in? What time zone are you trading in? What time horizon are you trading under? Okay, there is no easy. Okay, there is no time that's easier than another time. There is no time that's better than another time. It's more of which time is more optimal, which time gives us the most opportunities for a handful of setups. This one right here. Okay, there's going to be setups here as well, but they're not going to be as many as there were here. And the type of setups you look for here are going to be a little different than here. All right, you're going to have to give it some time to play out. And then this window here, right, you have to know exactly what you're doing. So these are the three areas you're going to pay attention to. So now when you are looking to trade, depending on what time window you can operate in with your work schedule, you have to understand which of these times you're operating in and know what setups work best in each of these times. Okay? And that's what the advanced bootcamp, okay, there's going to be a preview of what those are. And we're going to talk about each of these things, each of the setups that work best in these different times. Okay, but this framework is very, very important to understand. All right, so hopefully that. So if you're in the 1 p.m., okay, if you're in the 1 p.m., then more than likely, okay, you're operating here. You're operating here. So now you have to make the diagnosis, understand where are we, how are we interacting with prior shift highs, prior shift lows. What is market context? Did we expand? Are we trending to the upside? If we are, I want to see a comeback into the EMAs. I want to see those EMAs converge with the key level. And then define your risk, you shoot your shot. If we're chopping around, you're not looking for expansion. You're looking for mean reversion. Meaning you're looking for traps. Okay, so that means you have to learn how to trade traps. You have to learn how to trade continuation expansion. All right, so you have to have all these strategies in your pocket, in your tool bag. All right, so you can essentially treat one day as 3 days. From a day trading standpoint, that's almost like 3 different days. Okay. Three different days, essentially. That's why it's so dangerous to trade all day. When you're trading all day, you're trading so many different price profiles, and more than likely, you'll end up with zero or negative because you find some wins here and you try to parlay those wins into here, and the price profile changes. You take some losses there, and then you make the adaptation into here from here, and it changes again, and you take bigger losses. All right, just because you know how to trade all three of them, it doesn't mean you trade all three of them. You trade the one that can get the job done. Once the job is done, you're done. Okay? Once the job is done, you're done. It's not just keep trading. Eventually, if you do that, the house will win. Okay, the house will eventually win. Once you got something to work in your favor, come back the next day. And that's how you let the compound effect take place. All right, so the win, give it back, win, give it back, win, give it back. It's going to do a lot of damage to your psychology. It's going to take an emotional toll. By the end of the week, right, you're exhausted. Your tank is low. You're vulnerable to make simple mistakes. All right, so if you took some trades early, if you took this trade, okay, all said and done, 30+%. Now the question becomes, when you take your next trade, what are you willing to give up those gains for to capture? What opportunity is there? Of course, this mean reversion was there. But even this mean reversion itself, it's not even that clean. Okay, it took us, look how long it took us to make this move. It's $1.24. It took us almost an hour. Okay, so very important that we do that. Very important. And if you're not doing that by now, you'll learn to do that over time, because you'll see what doesn't work and you'll be forced to adapt. And it's not as fun, it's not as exhilarating, but I will tell you, by the end of the week, okay, you'll be happy. Because the one that's exhilarating, okay, it gives you the highs of the highs, the highs of the highs, and the lows of the lows. Okay, and that's somewhere you don't want to be as a trader. All right, that takes too much ebbs and flows with your psychology. Up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down. You don't even know where middle ground is anymore. All right, so that means, you know what? If it's just one trade, two trade, three trades, to preserve your mental capital, especially at the beginning of the week, that's fine. That's being strategic. Way down, the trick of trading, if you work, is to own the business so you can fund your losses. That's true. I'm zero trades today. What if Snooze is 100%? Quit describing my trading style. And I would say, Firefly, you're great right off the, like, especially the opening drive, first hour, right? That's your, from what I've seen, that's your sweet spot. And constantly make the adjustments, guys. Okay, so constantly just learn. If you've been doing this for some time, you know what works best for your style. Okay, you know what works best for your style. I'm trying to get back into trading. I blew my first 2 accounts trading with emotion and being okay. Yep. So just all the things you learned during those first 2 accounts that you've blown. Thank you for Techie. Thank you for sharing. All right, is what are the main lessons that led to that? That's where the gold is. All right, and are you there emotionally? Have you emotionally recovered enough for you to do the right thing under pressure? In the event, okay, you're under pressure. Meaning sometimes you can have a blown account. You start to fund another account. You're still a little, you haven't emotionally recovered. Okay, so unless you're fully recovered mentally and you're starting that account fresh, you have some sort of game plan approach, you have a system what you're going to follow, and you know what led to the accounts blowing up, then you'll be ready. Then just take your time. Okay? The goal is not to recover your losses in one day. That's only going to lead to more blown accounts. I have 2 accounts, long-term, hold for 10 years, plus gambling option account. Yeah, so you have to have long-term, guys, long-term accounts, medium-term, day trade. Just get as many accounts as possible and separate. Just think of each account as an individual business. So if you took Getting Started Day Trading Bootcamp, right, we talk about how you have to treat each of these endeavors as individual business. So if you're scalping, if you have one trading account or one brokerage account and you have your scalps, you have some capital to scalp here. Okay, in the same account, you have some individual stocks that you're holding here in the same account. Okay, you have some swing trades you're taking here in the same account. This is very dangerous. The reason is if this day trading account gets too low, you can very well spin out of control and sell your long-term position to fund your day trading account. So you don't want to do that because you're just one decision away from really making things go real bad. Okay, so making things go south. So it's almost like you have to have all these different accounts to protect yourself from yourself. Okay, the big monster is not outside. The big monster is inside of all of us. Okay, it's not, the big monster is not in the dark. It's inside of us. If we let it take charge. Okay, so you have to say, hey, you know what? This is my day trading account. My long-term account is somewhere completely different. Different broker. So there's steps between, if you blow your trading account, there's steps between you taking this capital and transferring it here. Because you will be, if it's in the same account, you will be tempted, guys. You will be tempted to liquidate your long-term and put it into your trading account. And that's something you don't want to do. All right, so always protect yourself from that, and having those multiple accounts is critical. I lost my job, so I got to make this work. Finally got my first payout, and it felt like, wow. Congratulations to Rick, one of our members. First payout. Congratulations, Rick. So happy to hear. After losing the job. Okay, so tons of pressure. Okay. And you turn into a diamond. There's 2 options with pressure. There's 2 options. So congratulations to Rick. All right, what company are you with, Rick? What funding company are you with? Okay, we're starting to push the upside back in that key zone. I'm in the process of discovering my system. Much have I already learned. I can see you repeating every day, so it's very, very refreshing to see repeated. Very easier to do that once P2 rule changes because at 25 minutes right now, like I said, I know what I should be doing. I'm able to identify standard tops and bottoms, place where traps. Okay, good. So if you know what you're looking for, it's just a matter of just managing risk. Okay, nice little push here. Can we get above key zone? Managing risk. Taking profits where you need to. Ensuring that you don't overtrade and no psychological hurdles. Right, and just taking it stride by stride. Had I just sold when I was in profit, I would be in a much different position. Then again, I still would have ended up where I am today because I still didn't get my emotions in check. Lucid, congratulations, Rick. Huge congratulations. Anyone else passing funded accounts, guys? If you are, Rick just got a payout. So congratulations, Rick. Again, I know it's not easy, guys. Lots of people losing jobs. Things get real sometimes. I'll say things get real all the time, not sometimes. Okay, so, and that's what the community is here for. That's what this information is here for, to help one another. Working on my second account. Beautiful, beautiful. Just one piece at a time. Continue to do the things that got you to that point. Okay, even if you need to take one day off just to recalibrate, right? Just to bring yourself back to median, because that is a big accomplishment. You can do that as well. Absolutely. And you guys are the one taking the trades. I mean, you guys are the one who are tasked with taking the trade, managing your risk. All right, so all I can do is just bring the information to the table. I can't tell you what to trade. I can't trade for you. All right, all I can do is just provide the resources, tools, cultivate the community, and support you on the journey as we support each other. And that's the whole point, guys. That is the key. Especially this 3-day long weekend. All right, that's some time for you to really fill up your cup. Especially if you have family, if you have friends. Okay, you don't want to be in the charts on the week. There's 12, 13 hours on the charts, 14 hours on the charts. It's not going to make a big difference. Again, if you're brand new and you have not got over the technical curve, yes, you have to put the time in. But once you're past that technical curve, less is more. Because you're paid to execute. Okay, so someone can spend 24 hours on the charts, Saturday, Sunday, a little bit of Monday, watch the futures market come today, still lose. Matter of fact, you might be more compromised because there's too much information. And you left it all in practice. All right, so that's the whole point of the pre-market prep and stocks after dark. On Saturday, I don't do, outside of just reviewing what I've been doing on my own, I don't do too much charting. Right, I just go through my journal. Okay. My technical journal, my emotional journal, go over that. See some areas I can improve. Go back, watch the stream. Okay. Why did I take that there? How can I get a better entry? What was I thinking at that particular time? And make those adjustments. Okay. Like I'll say it, but like I said it earlier. The charts don't love us, guys. Okay, so we need to have that healthy level of respect for it, but at the same time, it's not reciprocal. It's just respect, means of exchange, means to an end, so you can enjoy the things on your time off. Yeah, journaling is very, very important. So journaling is very important, especially the emotional journal. Very important. Emotional journal is just a pen and pad and writing things down that as you're in the trade. Right, why you took that trade? Okay, trade one. Why I took it? Okay. What you were feeling at that particular time when you took it? How you managed it? Trade two. Yeah, journaling is very important. Journaling is very important. So we're just waiting for the president, guys. 17 more minutes. It looks like they're doing some testing on the back end. They're trying to get the video on point. So there's some behind the scenes action from the AP. The reason why journaling is important, okay, is because sometimes what happens is when you trade for a long time, guys, sometimes you can start, the conditions are changing so much, okay, and say you're just a rough patch. You're hitting a rough patch, right? You haven't been journaling. And when you're at that rough patch, sometimes you can start to lose your style of trading. You can start to lose your identity. You can start to gravitate towards different things you haven't been doing before. So when you're constantly journaling, it keeps you grounded. Right? The intention of the market is trying to make you slowly deviate from your system. Okay, not just a deviation overnight, but just a slow deviation away from your system. Slow deviation away from your setups. Slow deviation away from your risk reward. Slow deviation away from your hard rules of I only take 3 trades in a day. Okay, just needs a small deviation away. And over a long period of time, if you're not journaling, you will be trading something completely different and doing something completely different within a month. And you won't even know what worked and what didn't work. And if you want to go back to see what happened, there's nothing there for you to go back to. Okay, there's nothing for you to go back to. All right, so that's why the Discord, the daily recap, we do the daily recap. Okay, the daily recap, and the reason why I keep track of SPY every day, okay, is to ground myself in the system. To not get lost in all this madness. To avoid strategy hopping. To stick to the system. Okay. So we're back in that key zone here. See if that key zone can hold. We're now 7 likes away from 4,400, guys. 4,400. It's about to be 1 o'clock. We usually run the stream until this time, but since the president will be speaking, we'll have that coverage for you. Just 3 trades today. 2 worked in our favor nicely. IWM stopped out. I haven't been having much luck with IWM past few trades, so I might have to defer to our IWM traders before I take trades on IW. We have some great IWM traders on our team. We're crushing IWM. So we're at this key zone here. So for this to be a mean reversion, all right, we need to get back below these lows. We need to get back below those lows there. Okay, any questions, guys? Any questions? Any questions? Any questions? Let me know in the chat. On YouTube. Again, make sure to join our community. Okay, new month, new opportunity. You can join at smartactiontrade.com. Okay, the old plan, the price increase is in full effect. Okay, price increase is in full effect. It's still absolute steal. All right, if you're looking to join. But there's still 12 spots left on the old plan. All right, $69 a month. You have access to everything you need. AI alerts, pre-market prep stream, live trading ad-free, delay-free, 1 to 3 trade ideas a day, extended trading coverage, high win rate ideas, real-time options flow, AI-based trade alerts, my beginner's course, 2,000 plus hours. This continues to grow. We're close to that 3,000 hour mark now. My ebook, 24/7 stock market newsfeed. Okay, especially in these conditions, guys, you need to be not only aware of the news, but also aware of the rumors. Okay, my automated technicals, my watch list, day trade, swing trade ideas, and of course our serious supporter community, all for $69 a month. If you do join using the link up above, there's 12 more spots at the $50 price point. If you're looking to go for the yearly, again, same thing, $46 a month. All right, one-time payment, 12-month access, 4 months free, boot camp, coaching call, all available. All right, so again, make sure to join, make sure to take advantage. And Shockwave 15 is here. All right, we did our first webinar, Shockwave 15. All right, so a lot of you did purchase Shockwave 15. A lot of you did get, if you didn't watch the webinar yet, I'm up to speed on everyone who's purchased Shockwave 15. Everyone should have access by now. If you don't have access, send me an email. Okay. Webinar has been posted. If you were unable to attend a webinar, that's available. All right. So if you're looking to join, if you're looking to get the Shockwave 15 system, which includes the indicator, okay, the webinar is now available, how to set it up, and we're going to host another webinar that's open to the public. All right, we're going to talk about Shockwave 15 if you have any questions, because a lot of you did reach out to me and said, hey, you know what? I have some questions about Shockwave, so we'll do a dedicated webinar open to the public. Any questions about Shockwave? So make sure to look out for that this week, okay? So very, very important that you do take advantage, and that's available early bird special until April 30th. All right, April 30th rolls around, Shockwave 15 goes to its original price point, which is $826. All right, even that's still a steal. All right, you have lifetime access to the indicator. In this case, indicator, okay, just today, indicator would pay for itself. All right. That's how you join. Any early thoughts before we jump into that 1 o'clock hour? Any early thoughts? Likes 125, 126 top G. Do the work, no worries. You didn't miss much, to be honest. Yeah, 100%. The little trade that I could. But it looks like I did not actually miss anything 100%. You did not miss anything. You did not miss much. So anyone take any trades? Any of my strikers? Okay. We're going to start referring to the people who have the Shockwave as waivers. Okay. Anyone who did purchase Shockwave, take any trades today? My 1DT puts it down 20%, but considering holding it until end of day. Okay. You have a little bit of time on it. So in this case, you don't want any ceasefire or some sort of stability that can maybe put the puts underwater. I'm interested in your strategy, in your swing strategy, trading strategy. Thanks for all the insight. So swing trade the same. The strategy, the system stays the same. So there's nothing I do different with swing trades than day trades. The only difference is we're just operating on a higher time frame, and we're operating between days, and there's an uncontrolled factor. So again, swing trades. So I just have to go higher time frame. I usually like the weekly, daily, something in setting up on those time frames. Swing trade. I was looking at SoFi this week. Alert set on SoFi for that reverse on the weekly. Okay, there we go. So SoFi does look healthy on the weekly. Oh, that was a trade. I think that was a trade that we took last year on SoFi. Okay. That was a while back. Okay, SoFi. So what I'll do on swing trades, I'll give you a quick breakdown, is swing trades, since it's a further, let's classify swing trades into a couple of buckets here. Okay. So the question becomes, is this going to be a 1 week hold? Okay. Is it going to be a weekly hold, 1 to 3 weeks, or is this going to be something beyond a monthly hold, quarterly hold? So these can all be known as swing trades, right? So if it's a week hold, say if it's like a 1 to 2 week hold, okay, 1 to 2 week hold, then I primarily want to see something get triggered, a reversal pattern on a weekly take place. All right. So I want to see a reversal pattern take place on the weekly. I want to see something on the weekly if it's a 1 to 2 week hold. And then now I can really see it through. My risk will be a little wider, just from the standpoint of the position. And my reward can be the target on the weekly. Those pivots, just to give an example. I'm going to use SoFi here. So there's my risk. There's my target. Starting to speed up here. Okay, nasty candle on SPY. Okay, some targets up here. Okay, so SoFi gets above that 1627. I want to see that hold. So if I want to see it hold, I'll probably drop over down to the 4 hour, the 1 hour to try to find a nice little home for my entry. All right. So if I get that nice little hold on the hourly, 4 hour, something that looks promising. Okay. Some strong break at that level, then I'll allocate risk. So with the swing trades, all right, you just want to be there for the move. You're not overly too concerned with the precision as far as scalping. Scalping, you need to have precision. I'm not saying be reckless on the swings, but you have the luxury to have a little bit of room for error on the entry. So whether you get in at 1630 or 1620, right? Of course, it can make a difference, but you can really wait for that confirmation to play out. Okay, and then now it's, hey, you know what? I'm going to give it a few weeks to play out. It's on the weekly. So if I'm looking to hold this for about 2 weeks, automatically I have to go out 2x. Okay, then I have to go out 4 weeks. Then this would be it. Okay, so if we can hold above this territory and validate this top information, break above it, continue to push on the hourly. Overall market sentiment is relatively bullish. Then SoFi, I'll look to target into that 1744 and the 1828 territory. If my risk is a little more conservative than that, okay, you have to give yourself some margin of error on swings, because the nature of swings is it can gap down, right? And you don't want that gap down to stop out your idea. So that means you have to factor in that gap down possibility. So your risk can't be, your stop loss can't be 10% on a swing. Okay, so your stop loss on a swing has to be a little wider because you have less things you can control. So what you can do is you can use less size. Okay, less size, wider stop. Okay, a stop that corresponds with the level that you want to pay attention to. Okay, because with this swing, if you say you have a 50% stop, 40% stop, 35% stop, those are swing stops. Those are normal swing stops, because you're letting this play out at least 50, 60, 100%. You're not disrupting it. All right, so now you're letting this play out. So you take the trade and then you're letting it cook in the background while you're doing your other stuff. The only thing there is in this kind of condition, with the gap ups and gap downs, with the frequent gap up and gap downs, you don't know if you can gap up, gap down. And from my lens, the risk is not worth the reward. Right? With day trading, we control where we enter, we control where we exit. With swing trading, you control where you enter, but you can't control what takes place the next day, whether it gaps down. You can't control that. That's why I've been a little bit hesitant with the swings, because of the environmental conditions. All right, so we're just looking for the same thing from a technical standpoint, but just larger time horizon, okay, and giving it some time to play out. Okay, so if I'm scalping on SPY, right, you guys know 10 to 15% of my risk on a swing for multiple weeks. More than likely 10%. I can see 10% drawdown on that particular day. I'm okay with that. Okay, as long as the thesis still holds up. If the thesis no longer holds up, okay, the rationale behind the reason why I got into the trade is no longer there. More than likely, I'm leaning towards being wrong. I'll give it some room until it gets stopped out. If it's just completely invalidated, then we're wrong. We move along. All right, so there's nothing special that I do on the swings. I just use a higher time frame to do the exact same thing. So think of the higher time frame as just a slow. Think of the 1 minute time frame as the higher time frames on 10x speed. So the decision making is very quick. You're in, out, and then now think of the weekly and the daily as slowed down. So if I was looking to swing this, hold this for 2 weeks, okay, the rule of thumb is I'll have to get the monthly contracts at least 4 weeks out. So I can get rid of the contracts at half-life. All right, that would be the approach on those swings. If I'm looking to go 2 weeks out, okay. If I'm looking to take the weeklies, so let's say next Monday's contracts, okay, or swing it for 1 week, I should say, then more than likely I need to get 2 weeks out to give yourself a little bit of time. So you can start to exit the trade, okay, with a little bit of time left on it. You can start to babysit some runners with a little bit of time left on it, and let it really continue to go. All right. So there's nothing different from the standpoint of the strategy. It's the same thing, but just further larger time horizon, factoring in a couple of uncontrollable variables. So you can see, guys, mean reversion right here. Okay, we break below those lows. Look what we do. We just get back to where we were. Come into key zone. There you go. So these two opportunities took place. Look, 1 and 2. But look how long I have to wait. Because now what's taking place, guys, is the algos are dictating the pace. They're just looking for liquidity to be as efficient as possible. So they're gravitating towards areas where they're inefficient and correcting the inefficiencies to become more efficient, if that makes sense. Okay. We are about, okay, should be coming up any minute. Any minute now. Okay, the president should be live any minute. Let me know if that answered your question. By Design Technologies. So we'll go a little further today because of Commander-in-Chief. That's going to be very important what he says. That's going to have a direct impact on the market. Okay, so this just pertains to the events unfolded from a market standpoint. Is not to be insensitive to what's going on in the conflict. All right. It's just covering it from the lens of the market. Not from the lens of politics, not from the lens of geopolitics. All right. But just from the lens of what can happen, how the market reacts. That's what we care about. Or that's what I'm paying attention to. Okay? Never on time. All right. So those mean reversions, okay, they're there. So we'll have the coverage for you once the president starts speaking. I might have to go for third cup of coffee here. Okay. Let's even get to 4,400 subs, guys. That's a huge number for us. We've been building this channel organically from the ground up. For those of you who joined the journey last year, you saw we've been building. For those of you who joined the journey this year, at some point in time, you'll be an OG subscriber. God willing, we're going to continue to provide as much value as possible every single day, day in and day out, to the folks on YouTube, to the folks in our community as well who want that extra level of support, access to those resources. All right, so it's just amazing to see where we have gotten in relation to where we started just by showing up every day. All right, so drop brought me back to break even. Nice. Oh, look at that. Look at that, 190%. 190% for JB. 190% for JB. JB, one of our great technicians. Great trader. Way to make a comeback. Great way to kick off the month, JB. Wow, that is a monster way to kick off the month. 190%. All right, what's the over-under? What time does this get started? 110, 150 to 120? PMH rejection played out beautifully. Came right to that key zone as well. When all those things converge, things play out nicely. When all those things converge, let's get to 150 likes, guys. I have a feeling we can get to 200 likes today. All right, so we are due for one giveaway. If you're just jumping in, we're going to have the coverage for Trump here in whenever you get started. So we are all awaiting. Market's on standby. It's been on standby pretty much the entire day for the White House press conference. Okay. To recap, we did take 3 trades today. 2 of the 3 trades worked out beautifully. SPY, Shockwave gave a signal at 10 o'clock. Didn't take that one. I was babysitting QQQ. And plus was at 10 o'clock. I'll probably not execute a position there because the red folder. QQQ with those runners worked out nicely for us. But the first trade we took on SPY was right here. Okay, initial TP, nice double digit, and then finally scaled out to close out, and we started to go back the downside. That was a beautiful trade on SPY. On QQQ, that was the first trade, so I think that might be the first time in a long time or ever we went to QQQ first. All right, first trade on QQQ, took the calls here, right? Scaled out at 17.18. Runners got that nice push with the help of Catalyst at 10 o'clock. 30+%, and then it just falls off a cliff. Scale out again, then stopped out last runner there. QQQ provides another opportunity there. Don't take this one because I went to SPY. The one that we did take a loss on was IWM. IWM. Here, right here. Okay, so you can see here, IWM took the items to the downside. Coulda, woulda, shoulda. Could have waited for a little more confirmation, but managed risk anyways. Okay, so again, hindsight is always you're gonna always know what to do in hindsight. We can't operate in hindsight. All right, so took the trade, allocated risk, and I'm getting stopped out. Respected my stop, let it go, it left. That's fine with me. All right, so those are the three trades up until now, and all 3 trades, interestingly enough, guys, they came in during first shift between 9:30 and 10:30 a.m. So since then, we've just been just providing commentary. Answering some questions, highlighting a couple of opportunities in this mess, mean reversion setups, and that's been pretty much it. Okay, that's been pretty much it to say the least. Okay. Espatel, beautiful job, $4,400 on the day. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. From the first hour, Espatel. Is that where most of your work was done, or this last drop there? That last drop there was nice as well. Okay. In the meantime, I'm going to go refill my coffee. Give me 1 second, guys.
Historic. This is a rescue that's very historic. It'll go down in the books. Late Thursday night, an American F-15 fighter jet went down deep inside enemy territory in Iran while participating in Operation Epic Fury.
Okay, Trump is live. Trump is live. Trump is live.
Unbelievably well. Well at a level that nobody's ever seen.
Let me know if the audio is good.
The entire country could be taken out in one night, and that night might be tomorrow night. Both members of the crew ejected from the aircraft and landed alive. On Iranian soil, I immediately was asked to make a decision. I ordered the U.S. Armed Forces to do whatever was necessary to bring our brave warriors back home. A risky decision, because we could have ended up with 100 dead as opposed to 1 or 2. It's a hard decision to make. But in the United States military, we leave no American behind. We don't do it. Within hours, our armed forces deployed 21 military aircraft into hostile airspace, many flying at very low altitude, being shot by bullets. You bring rifles into play when you're going that low, but there are also certain advantages. And in broad daylight over Iran for 7 hours, at times facing very, very heavy enemy fire. We have a helicopter that's got a lot of bullets in it. It's amazing. We just realized how good those weapons are. Those our machines are. Nobody has the equipment that we have, and nobody has the military that we have. Not even close. We're the most powerful military anywhere in the world by far. The flight crews and warfighters aboard those aircraft took extraordinary risks to rescue their fellow service members. This first wave of search and rescue forces successfully located the pilot of the F-15, and he was extracted from enemy territory by an HH-60 Jolly Green II helicopter. Fabulous machine as our warriors faced gunfire at very close range. It's amazing that when you look at the machinery.
Okay, SPY starting to tank here, guys. SPY's getting back that daily open. Everything's sliding to the downside.
While the second crew member, a weapons system officer, highly respected colonel, had landed a significant distance away from the pilot. When you're going at those speeds, even if you go out 2 or 3 seconds later, it's miles.
VIX above 24. VIX above 24.
Because you're going fast. He was injured quite badly and stranded in an area teeming with terrorists from the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps rough group, as well as besieged militia and local authorities. Many, on top of everything else, they told the communities actually within inside of Iran, the people of Iran, they were given.
SPY just flip red. SPY just flip red. Q's flip red. IDM flip red.
Despite the peril, the officer followed his training and climbed into the treacherous mountain terrain and started climbing toward a higher altitude, something they were trained to do in order to evade capture. They want to always go as far away from the site of the shoot down. You want to go as far away because they all head right to that site. You want to be as far away as you can. And he was injured, and he was an amazing, amazing thing. He scaled cliff faces, bleeding rather profusely, treated his own wounds, and contacted American forces to transmit his location. They have a very sophisticated beeper-type apparatus that is on them at all times. And when they go out on these missions, they make sure they have lots of battery space, and they're in good shape. And this one worked really well, amazingly, saved his life. We immediately mobilized a massive operation to retrieve him from.
We're getting a nice little bounce off that key zone, bounce off that PML, bounce off that PML on the Qs as well.
Getting rougher and rougher, and really very, very hard to find. The second rescue mission involved 155 aircraft, including 4 bombers, 64 fighters, 48 refueling tankers, 13 rescue aircraft, and more. We were bringing them all over, and a lot of it was subterfuge. We wanted to have them think he was in a different location because they had a vast military force out there. Thousands of people were looking. So we wanted them to look in different areas, so we were scattered it all over like we were right on top of them. We had 7 different locations where they thought, and they were very confused. They said, well, wait a minute, they've got groups here, they've got groups there. It's an amazing thing. I was listening to these great people, these great generals, General Raisin Kane, who's amazing, and Pete Hegseth was amazing. But I listened to the whole thing, it was pretty amazing. So they had all these different sites where everybody thought he was located. We think we have him over there because they have 9 planes circling a little area that's 25 miles down the coast. So in a breathtaking show of skill and precision, lethality and force, America's military descended on the area, the real area, engaged the enemy, rescued the stranded officer, destroyed all threats, and exited Iranian territory while taking no casualties of any kind. The heroic F-15 weapons system officer had evaded capture on the ground in Iran for almost 48 hours. That's a long time when you're in tough shape and when you're bleeding. It's a long time. When we left, as you probably know, we had 2 large planes, pretty old planes that carried a lot. We needed a lot more equipment going in than coming out, obviously, because going in, we needed to be able to scale mountains. And we had a lot of equipment. But the sand was sandy, wet sand. So we thought there may be a problem.
Key zone bounce holding. See if this gets it back to that hourly open. 67.78.
Back onto the planes. And they got pretty well bogged down. And we had a contingency plan, which was unbelievable, where lighter, faster aircraft came in, and they took them out. We blew up the old planes. We blew them up to smithereens because we had equipment on the planes that, frankly, we'd like to take, but I don't think it was worthwhile spending another 4 hours there taking it off. So we didn't want anybody to have. We have the best equipment anywhere in the world. We didn't want anybody examining our anti-aircraft and other equipment. So these were large planes that were old and pretty old, and we blew them up. And we had faster, lighter planes come in, and they were able to land on the sand. We needed the bigger planes because we had so much equipment that we needed. We took 3 helicopters over there, which were very strongly used and couldn't have lived without them. They did, and they performed unbelievably well. And if you'd see it, you wouldn't believe it. They came off the plane, and these guys had them. The rotors were off. They rebuilt these helicopters in less than 10 minutes. And that was one of the more amazing things. These are helicopters. Small, unbelievably powerful, but small, very small, so it can get...
Initial bounce off that pre-market low, that key zone, that daily open across the board on the Qs and SPY. So buyers are willing to pick this thing back up in that territory. We've seen them do the same thing earlier. Same thing takes place. So if this level gets taken out, that's when that slide to the downside comes in. In the meantime, we're starting to bounce off it. So we'll keep a close eye for this for potential flag back below it for potential breakdown. In that case, we need the VIX to stay above that 2450, continue to accelerate to that 25. In the case where the VIX starts to work its way back below 2450, okay, and back towards this 24 territory, then we continue to push possibly back at these highs up here. And let's see how that plays out and continue to listen.
This was not much of a runway. This was a farm, not a runway. It's a farm, but it did the trick. But to have a contingency as opposed to having to wait 2 days, can you imagine right in the middle? This was central. This was right, you would call it central casting if you were doing a movie for location. And probably the toughest area of Iran where we'd be sitting there. So these planes came in, those pilots came in so fast and so quick and got out of there. Everybody got aboard and just got 15-minute intervals. One load out, one load out, one load out. It happened. And we were watching and we said, that's amazing. In many ways, I was almost more impressed by the contingency that we had than the fact that, if we would have had a runway or decent soil, but it was an amazing thing. But we thank God for every single one of them and the talent. The genius is not even talent, it's genius. It's the whole ball game, every one of them. If you look at what we did with Maduro, we went into a military compound, a massive, with thousands and thousands of soldiers, and within a matter of minutes, and he lived behind iron doors. There were steel doors, broke them down so quickly, and within almost minutes, he was in the back of these planes. It was a similar group, incredible. We have incredibly talented people. And if the time comes, we move heaven and earth to bring them home safely. We're going to bring our people home safely. I want to thank every member of the U.S. Armed Forces involved in these historic operations. They really were historic. It's just not something that's done. And you'd understand it. Not that they don't want to do it, but when you're going into areas, when you look at these helicopters, when you look at the amount of bullets and everything else that they took, when you go into these areas, you don't come out like we came out. God was watching us. I tell you, well, it was the Easter, we were in the Easter territory, I guess, but God was watching us. It's amazing. Because when you look at the machinery, they took damage. It tells you.
I'm looking at the 655s for potential lottos to the downside for that key zone break. For that continued push, I want the VIX to continue to push above that 2450. Try to get into that 2470 territory. All right, for that continued possible flag breakdown here. If we can break below these lows. We did initially bounce off of this. So we come back into it. VIX continues to push. Potential breakdown. If VIX stays above, gets below, back below 2450, more than likely it continues to climb. Currently, this 5-minute candle across the board is inside across all the indexes. So we'll see which side gets taken out first. So I'm leaning toward this breakdown. So we'll continue to pay attention to that. If we get the breakdown, I'm looking at the 655s. So nothing yet, looking at the 655s.
Because some things you can't do, because when they did that, all of a sudden, the entire country of Iran knew that there was a pilot that was somewhere on their land that was fighting for his life. And it also made it much more difficult for the pilots and for the people going in to search for him. All of a sudden, they know that there's somebody out there. They see all these planes coming in. It became a much more difficult operation because a leaker leaked that we have one, we've rescued one, but there's another one out there that we're trying to get. So actually,
if VIX gets below 2450, this can continue to pump.
Out a major notice, you all saw it.
VWAP coming up as well.
Award for anybody that captures the pilot. So in addition to a hostile, very talented, very good, very evil military, we had millions of people trying to get an award. So when you add that to it, but we have to find that leaker because that's a sick person. Probably didn't realize the extent of how bad it was. I can't imagine that person did, but we're going to find out. It's national security, and the person that did the story will go to jail if he doesn't say, and that doesn't last long, and I think everybody would understand it. They put this mission at great risk. They put that man at great risk, and they put the hundreds of people that went in looking for him, because everyone now knows that we're going in. Over the past 37 days, America's armed forces have carried out more than 10,000 combat flights over Iran, unheard of, striking more than 13,000 targets. The F-15 we lost last week was the first manned aircraft down by the enemy.
Okay, the doors are open for the bulls to continue to push this after that bounce off that key zone. We're always looking for that nice little breakdown. No signs of a breakdown. VIX back above 24, back below 2450. Continue to listen.
In the history of military air operations, nobody's ever seen anything like it. It's such an honor to be involved with it. We were up late at night, and then we were waiting for those contingent planes to come in, and we said, come on, let's go, get in, because they're waiting out on this farm without a runway, with wet, crummy soil, sand, mostly sand, wet sand, and it eats planes alive, and we're waiting, and we're saying, I hope that one can land and take off. And they came in like magic. Boom, 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 one after another. It was
5-minute shooter out VR back to downside. Could possibly another be a setup as well, but we need the VIX to get back above 2450.
Get in and get up fast. We're sitting in the, and that's called Iran Prime, right, General? That's where the whole bet is. And here we are sitting there waiting for a plane, but they came in so fast and so hard, and these guys knew exactly what to, let's go, come on, get in, let's go, pwah. They came one right after another, not at the same time. They don't want to come at the same time. They had to come right after each other. They didn't have any room. There was barely any room to land. Tiny little patch of very wet earth and sand. So I'm so proud of the people that I have standing up here with me and many others that worked. I mean, so many. Steve Witkoff's over here. He's doing fantastically. Jared Kushner. But the people that are here, the job they did is amazing. And I think I'm going to introduce the head of the CIA, and he is a man who, he's central casting, okay?
I want that 5-minute shooter, invert a hammer off the VWAP, 5-minute shooters across the board for synchronized selling.
Job that night. He did something that I don't know if you want to talk about it. If you want, you can. I'm not sure he's supposed to. I'm not going to talk about it, but the CIA was very responsible for finding this little speck. It's like they used an expression on one of the shows. The general was talking about, it's like finding a needle in a haystack, finding this pilot. And the CIA was unbelievable. And you may, if you can, you'll talk. It might be classified, in which case I'd have to put him in jail if he talks about it. And I don't want to put him in jail. He doesn't deserve that. So, John, do you want to say a few words? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's a privilege to be here with you today to share what we can about this exceptional mission and to recognize the ingenuity and bravery of those who executed it, as well as the leadership and resolve of the President who ordered it. One thing that has been clear to me in this role is that the flawless military operations that the Department of War is known for are hostage to flawless intelligence. We saw that in the skies over Iran in Operation Midnight Hammer last summer. We witnessed it in Venezuela during Operation Absolute Resolve. We've seen it against the cartels in the Western Hemisphere, and we're seeing it every day in Operation Epic Fury, including this mission to rescue an aviator buried deep behind enemy lines. Because it is the unique tradition of the U.S. Armed Forces that we leave no man or woman behind, this was a no-fail mission. That was the spirit in which the President put us to work, and we were determined not to let him down or our airmen down. As an agency, the CIA possesses unique capabilities that only the President can deploy.
Spies are right at VWAP, so look for that doji on VWAP. You're going to see that interaction at VWAP on the 5. Qs are on the verge of getting to VWAP. Did reclaim that daily upside breaker. IW's at that PMH above VWAP. The Dow is above VWAP as well. So the Dow and IWM above VWAP already. Spy testing VWAP, looking to potentially get above it. And the Qs are the laggard in this case, approaching VWAP.
For a single grain of sand in the middle of a desert. This was also a race against the clock, as it was critical that we locate the downed aviator as quickly as possible, while at the same time keeping our enemies misdirected. For that reason, in addition to the human and technical assets deployed by the President to find our airmen, CIA executed a deception campaign to confuse the Iranians who were desperately hunting for our airmen. On Saturday morning, we achieved our primary objective by finding and providing confirmation that one of America's best and bravest was alive and concealed in a mountain crevice, still invisible to the enemy, but not to the CIA. That confirmation was relayed by Secretary Hegseth to the President, and the operation quickly moved to the execution phase. Following the successful exfiltration on Saturday night.
Okay, new shift, guys, new shift. If we break below these lows, we could possibly start a nice little peekaboo on the VWAP. If we break above these highs, more than likely we continue to push forward. Keeping a close eye on how the Qs interact with VWAP as they're still below it. They're going to be the last ones to join the VWAP party. So initially came in and grabbed those lows, mean reversion, come to this key zone, starts to accelerate, no signs of a slowdown, no retrace reject, but I'm still keeping a close eye on this trend line here. Let's continue to listen. So if we want that breakdown, what would help us in this case is synchronized selling. If the VIX could start to work its way to 2450, that's what will start to help the breakdown to the downside. If you're looking for another mean reversion, key zone is up here. All right.
The Secretary and Chairman will tell you that our service members' confidence is boosted by a Commander-in-Chief who has their back the same way they have yours. And I know that the confidence of CIA's officers is boosted by the knowledge that their work is informing a president who's not afraid to make the hardest decisions when the stakes are highest. And to the American people, your confidence should be boosted by knowing that the security of the nation is in the hands of a president who's willing to take on problems that have confounded both sides of the political aisle.
Mean reversion is basically you're targeting the other side, but first VWAP and the EMAs are something that need to be addressed. So for instance, of course, here we got that nice little grab of these lows. We start to work our way, gravitate back towards VWAP. Now we're back at that VWAP. So at this VWAP, the question becomes, do we start to stall at the VWAP, or work our way back to the downside, or do we have enough of a reclaim of the VWAP for us to continue to push and come all the way back into these highs up here? All right, so this key zone up here. And then if we get to this key zone, do we have enough buyers to pick this thing back up? Continue to push it back up. If not, we start to break back below and start to seek that VWAP once again.
The world has ever known. In two extraordinary combat search and rescue operations deep inside enemy territory in Iran, our warriors executed missions of breathtaking skill, courage, and precision. When our warriors are unleashed, as this president has allowed them to be, they are unstoppable. When American airmen were down behind enemy lines, our forces and our president did not hesitate.
Keeping a close eye on that shooter/doji candle on the 5 on SPY for a possible peekaboo. Okay. Above that VWAP, I want to see that take place across the board. So synchronized selling is the only way to really go short at this point, other than this key zone up here.
Director mentioned, Iran's military, and we know this, is embarrassed and humiliated, and they should be. Now, these are not routine operations. They were high-risk, high-stakes missions conducted in the heart of enemy territory. This was not just barely into Iran, this was deep into Iran, involving coordinated strikes to suppress threats, deception tactics to protect our teams, and full synchronization across air, ground, and special operations. The Iranians are still asking themselves right now, how did the Americans do this? One downed airman evaded capture for more than a day, scaling rugged ridges while hunted by the enemy. When he was finally able to activate his emergency transponder, his first message was simple and it was powerful. He sent a message, God is good. In that moment of isolation and danger, his faith and fighting spirit shone through. You see, shot down on a Friday, Good Friday, hidden in a cave, a crevice.
Okay, starting to rock and roll.
Saturday, and rescued on Sunday. Flown out of Iran as the sun was rising on Easter Sunday. A pilot reborn, all home and accounted for, a nation rejoicing. God is good. Despite incoming fire and unforgiving conditions, our troops brought every American home. No American lives were lost. We leave no man behind.
Break below 657.16. 657.16 break. Synchronized selling on the indexes. See if the VIX will start to wake up. Put some pressure on this trend line here. Okay, that's going to be the pivotal point. So I want to see a nice break of that 67.16. VIX wakes up. Same thing with the Qs. Synchronized selling. Break below those lows as well. If that can take place, I'll take this to the downside. I'm looking at the 656s. And those will be lottos. All right. All the way back to this key zone. So I need that to trigger before I can take it. And my risk will be 5 for 5. 5 for 5 meaning this 5-minute candle is high, this 5-minute candle entry. Okay, see if we get that breakdown. Let's continue to listen.
It was authorized in less than 2 hours from that pilot going down when we knew where he was. And it was authorized in the middle of the night, because anybody that's worked for this man knows he's up in the middle of the night. Authorized immediately, without hesitation, audaciously. The second mission, as soon as we knew where that pilot was, and John was certainly helpful in that, also executed immediately. You know, I looked up at my screen when the final mission was complete inside our SCIF, our secure facility. And we have a running VTC, a running coordination cell. And the top of it read 45 minutes and 45 hours and 56 minutes.
Bulls continue to pile in. Right, no signs of slowdown on the VIX. Only thing at this point is if we get that bounce off that 24. Slice and dice through 24. That's going to help. I continue pushing to key zone. So I want to see how we interact with 24. Continue to listen.
Or tactical setbacks deter us. His leadership ensured that every lethal and non-lethal resource was brought to bear, that our forces had the authorities and the support they needed to succeed. When the president says he has the backs of our warfighters, he means it. And it means a great deal, and it's a big difference on the battlefield. President Trump understands that peace through strength is not a slogan. It is a doctrine that saves American lives. His unwavering commitment to rebuilding our military and restoring the warrior spirit has paid dividends in missions just like this one. Under his
I'm waiting for that break at that level, guys. I'm looking at the 656s.
Our people home with victory. And that continues today, by the way. Per the president's direction, today will be the largest volume of strikes since day one of this operation.
I want that
Tomorrow,
break here.
Even more than today. And then Iran
Take the
has
puts
a choice.
right there.
Choose what?
Take the puts right here. See if I can get filled. Okay, let me cancel and do it again. Take it again. Okay. All right, I'm in the puts here. Okay. In the puts here, lottos, risk is all the way up there. This needs to go to the floor.
You embody the very best of America. To the rescued airmen and their families, welcome home. Your courage and endurance, the quiet declaration of faith amid the storm, inspires us all. God is good every day. And to our adversaries watching from Tehran, let this be a clear message. The United States military will go anywhere, at any time, to protect our own and complete the mission. We execute with precision. We control the skies. You see, we flew for 7 hours in daylight over Iran to get the first pilot. And we flew 7 hours in the middle of the night to get the second. And Iran did nothing about it. We fight with honor, and under President Trump's leadership, we win. So God bless our troops, God bless President Trump, and God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
Well, good afternoon, everyone.
I like how the VIX is starting to curl here. Okay, see if we can continue to push towards that 24.50. If you did take this, manage accordingly. Okay, TP where you need to. Know where your defined risk is. I want this thing to fall off a cliff.
And sometime. And I cannot stress the importance, as the president said, around operational security. The secretary and I will do a more detailed briefing tomorrow morning, and we look forward to sharing the details that we can. On Thursday, 2 April at 10:10 p.m. Eastern Time, 4:40 in the morning, local Iran time. The Joint Personnel Recovery Center, which handles the Central Command area of responsibility, declared an isolated personnel recovery event for a U.S. Air Force F-15E Strike Eagle, call sign Dude 44, which was down in hostile Iranian territory. The pilot and weapons system officer had both safely ejected and were isolated behind enemy lines. Following confirmation of active rescue beacons and on the direction of the Secretary and by order of the President, a rescue operation was launched with the stated purpose of bringing both Americans home safely. As the Secretary said, several hours later on the morning after positively locating the front seater, call sign Dude 44 Alpha, and aware of an aggressive ongoing search by the enemy, a U.S. Central Command plan was approved by the Secretary and the President. Shortly thereafter, a U.S. Air Force Combat Search and Rescue Task Force comprised of A-10 Warthogs in their Sandy role, and I'll describe what that is in a minute.
There we go. Let's see if they continue to push.
King 2's HH-60 Jolly Green 2 helicopters and Air Force Special Warfare Airmen.
You do have to be on the lookout for that inverse head and shoulder, okay? Be on the lookout for the inverse head and shoulder. So we might get a nice little bounce in this territory. Okay, so if you're on a soft target, that's it. Okay, up 8. Go,
this
go, go.
Was an incredibly dangerous mission, an incredibly dangerous undertaking, but a filled promise made to every American warfighter that you will not be left behind. We will always come find you, and we will always bring you home. Over the next hours, the Search and Rescue Task Force crossed the beach, entered into Iranian airspace, protected by a fighter strike package, and moved into the objective area, all under fire. En route, as some of you...
Okay, that's the soft target because we can see a potential inverse head and shoulder play out there. Bulls might try to pile in there, so we don't want to see them pile in there. If you did take profits there already for 7-8%, tremendous job. If you want to sit through that, since it's lottos, you're going to have to sit through that as well. You can move your stop if you like. In this case, while this unfolds, I want to see the VIX gravitate towards that 2450. 2450 as this continues to push lower and overcome this soft target. Okay, overcome the soft target, get on the other side of it. Get on the other side of it. All right, get on the other side of it, that'll be good to go. Let's continue to listen.
Primarily responsible for communicating with the downed pilot was hit by enemy fire. This pilot continued to fight, continued the mission, and then upon exit, flew his aircraft into another country and determined that the airplane was not landable. This was one of our A-10 Sandy aircraft. The pilot then made the decision to eject over friendly territory and was quickly and safely recovered and is doing fine. After picking up Dude 44 Alpha, the HH-60 Jolly Green fight was engaged by every single person in Iran who had a small arms weapon. And one of the aircraft, the trailing aircraft, took several hits. The crew sustained minor injury and they are going to be fine. A note for those of you that do not know what a Sandy does. Named after the flight call sign that did this very mission in Vietnam, flying A-1 Sky Raiders and A-7 Corsairs, a Sandy has one mission: get to the survivor, bring the rescue force forward, and put themselves between that survivor on the ground and the enemy. They are committed to this. This is what
we want to see. The Dow break the VWAP. Dow's testing that VWAP, so I want to see the Dow break that VWAP. Okay, we're trying to see the buyers are trying to pile in off this soft target for that potential inverse head and shoulder. Ideally, stay below the VWAP on the 5. Okay. See if you can stay below the VWAP on the 5 at least. All right. If they want to take this into inverse head and shoulder, there's that right shoulder starting to form off that soft target. Qs are starting to curl off those lows.
So much to so many. Meanwhile, the backseater, as the President and the Secretary have said, had continued to work and survive. Through the hours of daylight, Dude 44 Bravo, the backseater, evading, using every means available the efforts of the United States military, the Central Intelligence Agency, and others were attempting to find and locate with precision Dude 44 Bravo, the backseater. A note on the backseater and the front seater. The single most important contributor to a successful rescue operation is the spirit of attack inside the heart of that downed aviator. Their will to survive, their will to evade, their will to recover is everything. In this case, the backseater's absolute commitment to surviving made much of our efforts possible.
On that break below 650, 682. 682, 12%. Beautiful job. Real quiet. 131. Good, good, good. This is taking forever to play out. Contracts are moving at a snail's pace. Did see a little bit of green. All right, but I need this to go all the way. To make this volatile worth it, need to get it all the way back to that key zone. Okay, so if what can help us in this case, right, is, of course, the VIX continue to push towards that 2450, and the Dow give up that VWAP. That can really help us in that slide.
And the enemy's search for a second time on Saturday, at the recommendation of the CENTCOM commander and at the approval of the Secretary and the President, we launched a rescue task force to recover Dude 44 Bravo. Again, this came to the President and the Secretary for approval, this time with a much larger force package.
Time on sale starting to speed up. Okay, there we go. Go, go, go. Overcome that soft target. We'd be good to go. All right, that's the only time that's where buyers are going to try to jump in. All right, so see if we can get past that, get that close below 650, 682. Okay, if you're treating this as a scalp, okay, that's a great time to scale out if you need to. Up 11. If it's a lotto, again, you can move your stop, you can hold it, you can do whatever you want with it. Up 14. I want to see it close below that soft target. I like how the VIX is going north. Look at that. Look at the Dow, guys, on cue, on schedule. Nice breakdown on the Dow. Nice breakdown there on the Dow. Let's continue to listen.
Single time.
If anyone take the short stairs are done, guys, dollar signs in the chat. That would be the lotto for the day. Okay, that would be the lotto for the day.
And into the daylight, the force fought its way in and rescued Dude 44 Bravo. They were protected overhead by an air armada, including tactical drones, strike aircraft, and others. The force fought through multiple simultaneous contingencies, something no other nation, no other military can do, and safely returned Dude 44 Bravo, the backseater, home, and all other Americans home as well. At midnight 12 local Eastern time, Easter Sunday, more than 50 hours after the start of this operation, the Joint Personnel Recovery Center declared Dude 44 Bravo, both the front and back seater, returned to friendly territory. The courage demonstrated by both the pilot and the weapons system officer while isolated and...
Okay, this initial soft target, you can treat that as a TP that's already been hit. So see if that continue push lower. Continue push lower would be great. I like how the Dow starting to fall off a cliff. I like how it fell below VWAP. I want the Qs to gravitate towards 586.01, that daily upside breaker. Okay, we're starting to see some buyers step in here. All right, so what it is that inverse head and shoulders trying to come to fruition. The left head right, so we want that right not to hold up. Retrace reject would be the best way.
Truth of our special operations forces, that people are more important than hardware. That is the standard we live by, and the rescue forces that execute these missions operate under a clear motto: these things we do that others may live. Their actions were a direct embodiment of that commitment to others, and I could not be more proud of each and every one of them today. As the Secretary said to our enemies, this operation serves as a clear reminder of the capability and will of America's...
Sign of reversals on the 5 is if we get above that 657.12. We get above 657.12, we might see some signs of reversal. In the meantime, we have an inside candle on the 5. We want that to drop below that 656.61. If I said 5, I'm going to say 657.12. And if we can break below 656.61, we continue to push to the downside. The Qs, we want the Qs to get below 586.30. I want that's on the continue. As the waves are starting to wave to the downside, we want the VIX to continue to push higher and work its way towards that 2450.
Amazing.
All right, President back on the mic. Anything can take place?
These two gentlemen have been, from day one, they've been perfecto. You know, I got to know General Kane in my first term because he was able to take out ISIS in 4 weeks instead of the 4-year projection that was given to me by other much lesser generals. And I said, you know, if I ever do this again, that's going to be the head of my Joint Chiefs of Staff. And we worked it that way, didn't we? And he's amazing. He took out ISIS. We defeated ISIS in 4 weeks. I was told it would take 4 years. I flew to Iraq to find out with the greatest equipment in the world, why would it take 4 years? And he told me, sir,
Qs break below 586.31, we'll be good to go.
Exactly what happened. So he's great. And Pete, all I can say is
The premium is eating those contracts, guys. The premium is eating those contracts. That's the nature of lottos. All right, so keep that in mind. If you took profits already, congratulations. Good, good, good. Inside candles tell us indecision.
friends of mine, sir, I don't think you're doing the right thing. Now they're calling me up. What a choice. These two guys are fantastic. And John Ratcliffe was incredible. It was actually their genius that called us from, he was 40 miles away. And he said, you know, we're seeing something moving up in the mountain. This is at night. And they kept the camera on him for 45 minutes. He wasn't moving. And they said, you know, probably wrong, but we're seeing something moving. This is a man.
It looks like this thing wants to go possibly inverse head and shoulder the other way. Okay. Now for soft target, we're seeing the Dow, guys. The Dow reclaim VWAP. Okay, the Dow reclaim VWAP. See if we can fall back under it. All right, so to me, it's hit target, hit the final target, or stop me out. It's a lotto, so that's what I want to see take place. If you took profits already, congratulations. So you go one more little drop to the downside. VIX, I want the VIX to stay above 2433, 2430s.
Opportunity. Country it has super army. You make a difference, Mr. President. Thank you for your greatest leadership.
Thank you.
I have two quick questions, Mr. President. What was your reaction when you learned that Kurdistan region,
the Dow peekaboo above VWAP,
to the international market with your support as United States of America?
Well, I expected that. We've gotten along with the Kurds for a long time, so I expected that.
Need about a 77-cent drop.
What would be your reaction if the Iranian people rise up against their regime during a ceasefire, Mr. President?
Well, they should do it, but again,
Look at love the VIX there pumping to 2450. Okay, now when it gets to 2450, it needs to get above 2450. All right, but that move from where it was to 2450 open up the door for us to slide this far. Okay. Now I want us to slide a little further off that nice little flag break.
and they were violently executed. But the number is up to probably
up 14, 15, 18. We did see upwards of 18. Still no reverse on the 5 yet. 20 seconds left. Again, we're going to get a new 5-minute candle below these lows. We can see 20+%. Okay. Look at the Dow. The Dow is a nasty trap on the Dow. Signs of reversal. If you're trading the reversal on the 5, that trigger is 656.96. Okay. $656.96. New 5-minute candle here.
It was very simple. I saw somebody said, "Oh, he doesn't have a plan. I have the best plan of all, but I'm not going to tell you what my plan is." You know, they want me to say, Here's my plan. We're going to attack at 9:47 in the morning, and then we're going to do this, and then we're going to. And if you don't do that, they say, I have a plan. These people know what the plan is. Everybody here knows what the plan is. But it's very unfair to say, because I don't mind being insulted. I've been insulted for many years by the fake news. But you can't. It's so bad for the people that are so you're just so too great and.
It's trying to reverse here.
Plan. Every single thing has been thought out by all of us. But I can't reveal the plan to the media. So, but we're...
VIX did get very close to that 24.50, got to 24.49. Basically 24.50, starting to fade here. Okay, so I want us to stay above 24.30s.
Iranians for the actions of the regime?
They would be willing to, and it's suffering, they would be willing to suffer that in order to have freedom. The Iranians have, and we've had numerous intercepts. Please keep bombing. Bombs that are dropping near their homes. Please keep bombing. Do it. And these are people that are living where the bombs are exploding. And when we leave and we're not hitting those areas, they're saying, please come back, come back, come back. These are the people. I don't know what they do. All I can tell you is they want freedom. They have lived in a world that you know nothing about. It's a violent, horrible world where if you protest...
We need lower lows here.
Remember the great woman protests where they had 400,000, 500,000 women, and they were all enthused and they were going to protest, and everybody said, oh, the regime's going to come to an end. And then all of a sudden, boom, boom, 5, 6 different areas. A woman would go down right between the eyes. They had snipers. They had 5 snipers. That's all it took. And those 400,000 or 500,000 women said, oh my God, what's that? Oh, look over there. What's that? A woman shot right between the eyes. And after 5 or 6 of them.
Inside candle here on the 5. Need those lows to get taken out for us to continue to move lower. That'd be great.
And then they said, oh my God, who would do that? And they're incredible people, but they've lived so horribly. They've lived so horribly. You know, Iran was a great country if you go back 25 years ago or so. The Persian people, they're incredible, smart, brilliant actually. And I know so many. I know coming from New York.
Okay, 5-minute selling continues. Okay, barring some sort of engulfing candle on the 5. For us to reverse, we need 2 candles. I'm going to keep a close eye on this downward compression trend line as well. Again, TP where you need to, guys, up 14, 15. If you took this, I'm looking to take this into that daily open. Now I want to see how we interact with this 24.50 on the VIX. All right, see if we can get past that point. So you see the nature of how long it took this to play out. Ebbs and flows. Okay, so if you plan on sitting on a position like this long, right, you're going to have to sit through a little back and forth. And you can fall victim to theta. Anti-theta. Okay, anti-theta can start kicking in. Okay, now we're at the 24.50. Okay, we need to break above 24.50. We don't want to reject off 24.50 on the VIX.
Men, gays. How about gays for Iran? They kill the gays. They throw them off buildings. So I wonder what's going on. I can only say this. They want us to keep bombing, even if it jeopardizes, because their life is in much greater danger. They want freedom for Iran, but it's very hard for them to protest. I actually tell them, I said, don't go out. I fully understand. Nobody in this room would go out. I don't think there's any, because frankly, it's not a question of bravery. We're all brave, right? You're brave, I'm brave, we're all brave. But we're also intelligent. If you have people shooting at you, expert shots with the best rifles you can get, and hitting you right between the eyes every single time, and you're looking here and you're seeing and you're looking here, you're out of there. I don't care who it is. Please.
Mark Meredith, Fox News.
I know that.
Oh, thank you.
How would I not know that? Go ahead.
America's watching.
All right, as we're breaking above that 24.50 on the VIX, we need to continue to slide to the downside. Qs are coming into this daily upside breaker. So Qs, we might see a cohort of buyers jumping at this 586.01. Okay. So we need this thing to continue to slide here. Create as much separation away from that 656.46 on SPY. 646.46. Okay, the Q's starting to bounce. New 5-minute candle here. So if you're looking for 5-minute reversal, 656.86. If you're looking off those lows, lower lows, right? We got those lower lows. Let's continue to listen.
Yeah, we had people within the military. Usually it's not done. That's one of the reasons. I was surprised. Somebody said it's the only time it's ever been done. I said, that's not possible. But it is possible. Because you're going into hundreds of thousands of soldiers along the path. I mean, look at some of the helicopters.
If the VIX starts to reject, this might open the door for some longs here. All right, so I want that continued pressure to take place on the selling, the technical standpoint. I want those EMAs to hold up. I want us to continue to push lower. That last little relief pop we got was because the Qs came with that daily upside break. I got that bounce, right? So the fact that the VIX is rejecting aggressively here in this current juncture, and that 5-minute right now might be early signs of slowdown. So we need the Qs to get below 586, 586.01, 586.01. We need SPY to continue to push lower. All right, you can see how much the theta is coming into effect. ATR, complete trash, atrocious, 68 cents per 5. Okay, now the Qs are below 586. I want us to hold below there. Hold below there. Nope, now wick back up. Look how aggressive that was.
We're the best at the world at night. We have goggles that nobody. We have goggles. I've tried them. They're unbelievable. I see better with the goggles at night than I see without them during daylight. I mean, daylight today, we have a beautiful day. You see just as well with goggles. In many ways, it's enhanced. So we have the best in the world. So it's much safer for us to do it at night, whereas other people, no other country has that capability. They don't have that.
If that 5-minute candle can close below 586.01 on the Qs, we would be in good shape.
I was told flying and in daylight, I think we flew 7 hours over Iran, and that's a long time, over unbelievably hostile territory.
If you're looking for reversal, this trend line is critical. And 5-minute reversal is what you're looking for. See, we got one more push to the downside. It's taking forever. About 47 cents away.
A little luck, because you got to get lucky. But they shot it, and it got sucked in right by the engine. But these guys were out of there. They were great. Their timing was great. But no, I was told that this is a very dangerous mission. I understand. They didn't say it's a foolish mission. They said, we're going to be sacrificing hundreds of people do this. This is, I mean, you have tankers that are flying over this area so that because the flight was so long, they had to refuel. It's a very dangerous mission. I just felt it was worth it. If you would have told me that.
Okay, now we just need the VIX to curl back above about 2450 and continue to push into, work its way towards 25. Okay, so stay above 2450. We make that leg lower. Okay, 21. There we go, 21%. All right, that's probably the longest we have to wait for 21%. Right, so you see the difference with the lottos, a little different style. Okay, got to let it play out. Okay, 21. Now, I want price to stay below 556.42. Things are getting a little dicey here, all right? Look at that.
We are dealing with them. Essentially, they have till 8 o'clock tomorrow night, Eastern time. But we are dealing with them. I think it's going.
You know what? I'm going to close it right there at 15%. All right, we've been sitting this for a long time. I did see 20 plus. Been sitting this in this for a long, long time. starting to get a little volatile, almost at target. So I'll close out 15% because it's just taking a long, long time. All right. So anyways, good setup overall. If it played out a little bit quicker, that would have been great. Now, if you're still in it to win it, almost there. That last candle there was a little dicey, and didn't want to get that complete break. All right, so again, 5 minute, we're starting to see a nice little push on the 5. Okay, if the bulls can get it back above 656.63, and we start to reject out that 24.50, we might start going back south. Okay, so that'll be the last trade of the day. We did see 20+% appreciation, close out at 15. One shot, one kill. And then now we were about 35 cents away from TP, but overall, a nice little setup there. Okay, we'll continue to listen here.
For a Democrat is unbelievable because he chose Iran, a very hostile Iran. Remember when he filled up a 757 with cash, billion?
Anyone else take that, guys? Anyone else take that? I was in the puts. I was riding the puts for quite some time. All right, we talked about it in detail. As far as what we're looking for, we got the breakdown below level. We talked about what the risk is. We watched it play out under the VWAP, continue to sell off. We mapped out what the VIX needs to do, okay? And the fact that it's just moving at a snail's pace. At some point in time, just decided to take TP. And we hit the first soft target, all right? We hit the first soft target. But so the biggest killer becomes, guys, the biggest problem becomes when you're in those lottos, time horizon. All right, how quickly can it play out? It's nice when it goes instantaneously or under 10 minutes, under 5 minutes. But if it's going to take 20, 30 minutes, okay, you have to factor in the fact that the passing time starts to eat that premium. Okay, what it's going to seem like is this. Every time you're right, it's like your P&L goes up slowly. And then when you're wrong, it goes down very quickly. Okay.
And it was one of the best things they ever did because he would have had a nuclear weapon. Then he would have had another nuclear weapon, had those beautiful...
Okay, 5 minute reversal on the Qs taking place. Reclaim daily upside breaker. Nice bounce off VWAP on IW. We're starting to see if the Dow can get back above VWAP. A 5 minute reversal triggered on SPY as well, despite the fact that we are trending to the downside on the EMAs. All right. The reversal did take place on the 5. That corresponds to the downward compression. Okay, so that was a great time to exit there. That's how much room it gave us. This entire slide to the downside, 5, 10, 15, 20 minutes of a slide, we were there for it.
In my opinion, I told this to Bibi Netanyahu yesterday, Israel would have been extinguished. Large portions of the Middle East would have been extinguished, whether it's Saudi Arabia, Qatar, UAE, or others. And you saw that with thousands of missiles raining down upon them. They didn't think they were going to be hit. They thought they'd be watching us fight. And all of a sudden...
Yes, very, very nasty movement, right? Because look, these conditions are not like March. The ATR is 67 cents per 5 minute candle. So it's moving at a snail's pace. Okay, the only time it was above $1 was in the early shift when we were getting active. So if April becomes low ATR conditions, okay, the word low is relative because we were in high ATR conditions during March, but that magic number we're going to pay attention to, standard numbers at 60. But since our ATR has been so wide, 60 would be considered low. All right, so now if the 60s and 70s are under $1 is the normal conditions in April, all right, we have to make that adjustment in real time. We got to make that adjustment in real time. All right. So that means if you're going to hold a position for an extended period of time, you're going to have to buy yourself some time because it's taking longer for price to get to certain levels because it's moving slower. Okay, especially during the midday action. All right, so that's the fourth trade of the day. This one being the lotto. 3 of the 4 worked in our favor. And on that note, we'll be done for the day. Okay. So how do you want to do today, guys? Here for a good time or a long time, 100%. Okay, now which way are we going? We're going back the other way. Why? VIX rejects 2450. Downward compression breaks. We start reverse on the 5. What do the Qs do? Qs get back above 586.01. What does the Dow do? Reclaim. So if you're looking to go long, you're looking for the opposite thing. Okay? You have to allow the other participation group to do their thing. You have to allow for the bulls to get fed. You have to allow for the bears to get fed. Okay, let's take a listen here. Look at that break. Look at the VIX falling off a cliff. Look at the Qs. Out of here. Look at the Dow. Out of here. Let's continue to listen.
Do you still want them to stay away? Or what role do you expect them to play now?
I'd rather have them stay away. I'd rather have them stay away because I think they bring with them some problems and some difficulties. And I don't think they bring death. I mean, to themselves.
Back at VWAP. Look at that. Downward compression. Look, just took off. So if we don't take profit, then we just get stopped out. Okay? Meaning if I was still in that position with those lottos, I'll probably use this soft target as my stop.
Failing.
Are you concerned?
Circulation way down at the New York Times.
Are
What's
you
going
concerned
on
that your threat to bomb power plants and bridges amount to
No,
war
not at
crimes?
all. No, I'm not. I hope I don't have to do it. But again, I just said 47 years they've been negotiating with these people. They're great negotiators, and because they're not going to have a nuclear weapon. And if somebody that takes my place someday is weak and ineffective, which possibly that will happen because we had numerous presidents that were weak, ineffective, and afraid of Iran. We're never going to let Iran have a nuclear weapon. And if you think it's okay for people that are sick of mind, that are tough.
Look at that gorgeous breakout if you take this breakout, you're taking it into VWAP. Let's take it into VWAP. Let's take a look at the chat on YouTube. Okay, let's get caught up. What candle are you? Okay, are you in calls or puts? Like the puts. Nice strong day to start the week. Thank you, absolutely. Real quiet 131. For news, 3 trades, 2 wins. Beautiful job for news. Great job, great job, great job. My Tesla puts went 2,000%. Thanks, Elon. Beautiful job, Mech SSR. Good, good, good. Anyone else, guys? Anyone else who's done for the day? If you're just jumping in on YouTube, make sure that you like the video, subscribe. Long-time viewers, take the next step, join our community. All right. The last few spots left at that price point. Price increase already in effect. Okay, you get a ton of tools and resources at your disposal. And, of course, our latest product, Shockwave 15. That's great for you to add to your tool belt as well. That did provide some great opportunities today. Okay? I will continue to listen.
Range of those kind of messages. So which is it? Are you winding this down?
Can't tell you.
Or are you escalating?
I can't tell you. I don't know. I can't tell. Depends what they do. This is a critical period. They have a period of, till tomorrow at 8 o'clock. I gave them an extension. They asked for an extension of 7 days, right? I said, Steve, give them 10 days. 10 days is up actually today, so I gave them 11, I guess indirectly. I thought it was inappropriate the day after Easter. I want to be a nice person. They have till tomorrow. Now we'll see what happens. I can tell you they're negotiating, we think, in good faith. We're going to find out. We're getting the help of some incredible countries that want this to be ended because...
All right, you heard the deadline tomorrow, 8 p.m.
But we're giving them till tomorrow, 8 o'clock Eastern time. And after that, they're going to have no bridges. They're going to have no power plants. Stone Ages, yeah. Stone Ages.
Deadline tomorrow. Okay, it's pretty significant strike, possibly brewing. Could be a negotiation tactic. We shall see. But we'll just go with what's being said.
Now a top priority.
I would say it's a very big priority because, see, that's one thing that's a little different than other things. We can bomb the hell out of them. We can knock them out for a loop. But to close the strait, all you need is one terrorist that somehow has a truck loaded with, because you can carry them in trucks, large trucks, a water mine, drop them in the water, and now you tell people that own ships that cost $1 billion to don't worry about the mine. You can do that even just by saying we put mines in the water. So it's not like the rest. We can knock out their military. We already have. We've knocked out their Navy. We've knocked out their Air Force completely. We've knocked out 150.
Make sure to like the video, guys. Let's get the likes up. 200 likes is the goal. 200 likes is the goal.
They don't have any mine droppers anymore, but they put them on other boats, and they could drop them. I'm not even sure they have any mines yet, by the way. I'm not sure. I'm personally, they say there might be 8. I don't know. I think there might be none. Because they're very good bullshit artists. That's why for 47 years they've been bullshitting other presidents, and they haven't done the job. And people are living in hell. You live in that country, they're living in hell. No, I think that 47 years of this stuff is long enough. They're at the weakest point they've ever been. They have no Navy, they have no Air Force, they have no anti-aircraft weaponry, they have no radar, they have no communication. In fact, the biggest problem we have in our negotiation is that they can't communicate. I said to Steve, what are they saying? Sir, they can't communicate. They have no method of communication. So we're communicating like they used to communicate 2,000 years ago with children, bringing a note back and forth. They have no communication. But all I want to see is I want to have a safe world, and you're not going to have a safe world. Israel will be gone, the Middle East will be gone, and then they're coming for Europe. And I have to tell you, I'm very disappointed in NATO, very. I think that NATO, I think it's a mark on NATO that will never disappear in my mind. You know, they're coming to see me on Wednesday, they're going to say, oh, we'll do this, we'll do that. Now they all of a sudden want to send things, you know. But they said it loud and clear.
Another eval for Rick. Beautiful job, Rick. Congratulations. Congratulations. Anyone else doing evals or funded accounts? If you are, good, good, good. Take it serious, guys.
Really need them. We got the SS Abraham Lincoln, sir. We don't need them. You know, we have, in terms of technology, we had one day 101 missiles going at 2,700 miles an hour, aimed at the Abraham Lincoln. 101 missiles. Out of 101 missiles, 101 missiles were shot down. Unbelievable technology. 10 years ago, 5 years ago, I don't know if that would have been possible, but 10 years ago, that wouldn't have been possible. 101 missiles heading to a ship that's not that far off the coast. And out of the 101 missiles, we shot down all 101. We have weaponry. The Patriots are unbelievable. We have weaponry that's unbelievable. Yeah. Go ahead, please. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. You said earlier today during the egg roll that you would like to take Iran's oil, but Americans want U.S. forces home.
Correct.
What's that trade-off?
If I had my choice, yeah. Because I'm a businessman first. With Venezuela, as you know, the war was over in about 45 minutes. And we have great people running Venezuela, very good people. I mean, the relationship is good. And we are a partner with Venezuela. And we've taken hundreds of millions of barrels, hundreds of millions. Over 100 million barrels already is in Houston, refined and out. And paid for that war many, many times over, many times. And you know, the old days, to the victim, okay? You know that. To the winner belong the spoils, go the spoils. And I've said, why don't we use it? To the victor, go the spoils. And we don't have that. We haven't had that in this country probably in 100 years, because even the Second World War, you look at the Second World War, we didn't have it with the Second World War. We helped rebuild all those countries. We rebuilt Germany. How about Germany telling us that, well, it's not their war. We had nothing to do with it. They wanted me to go and tell them everything I was doing. We didn't know anything about it. Well, if I would have...
These highs are significant. Okay, these highs are significant. We knock out those highs, come into key zone. That can drive us a little back lower, and following this integrity of this channel that's forming here. Okay, got that breakdown, got that breakout, back the upside. We're going zigzag. So again, if you can catch a setup here, that's great. If not, this is just lotto hour Outside of that, just give back money hour, guys. We've been paying attention to the actions. It's 9 o'clock, 9:30 a.m. Took 4 trades. If you're done for the day, be done, guys. Last trade worked in our favor. Okay, let's pay attention to key zone, and we'll see what takes place up there. Let's continue to listen.
President-elect that we have right now, the people that are running it, if you remember Bush with Iraq, they fired the generals, they fired the police, they fired the people that worked in their equivalent of the White House, they fired everybody. And you know what they had? They had a mess. And you know what happened? ISIS formed. Those generals and those soldiers got together, the police got together, they all got together, they formed ISIS. Not going to happen with us. So Venezuela has been an incredible situation. We went in, we were very successful, military power like nobody's ever seen. The general, Venezuelan general said, I was on that site, I said, I've never seen ferocity like that. I've been doing this for 40 years. He said, I've never seen it. They hit us from 17 different, they were all set.
IWM above that daily upside breaker.
The Ford in that case. And planes were pouring off it at 1 o'clock in the morning. So typically when you see that late at night, you know, you could be in trouble, right? And we were all ready. They had their equipment, it was Russian. And they had Chinese equipment. It was all set. They were going to give us a fight. He said, and then they came, and they came at speeds like we've never seen. And they came at 17 different angles. The general and his people, that was a lot of angles. They hit him from every angle. He said, we knew it was over in 3 minutes. We were waiting for them. Their equipment didn't work. And there's a reason it didn't work. Someday we'll explain that to people. They pressed the button, nothing happened. They pressed it again and again, nothing happened. And he said, we knew this whole thing was over in 3 minutes. We've never seen any, he used the word ferocity. The ferocity of these planes from 17 different angles, and it was over. They went inside, and remember, that was on a military base with thousands of soldiers. And those soldiers looked and they said, get the hell out of here. Thousands, we didn't have thousands, we had like 200 people. So, we have a great military, and I'll tell you what, somehow this rescue captured the world's attention, more so than normally. You're talking about 2 people, but this rescue captured the world's attention. But we did it in Venezuela. That was amazing, and now we have a very bad man in prison and going to trial. I mean, he released, aside from the drugs, which he was terrible, Maduro released hundreds of thousands of people from jails into our country. Drug dealers, murderers, the worst people in the world were released into our country because we had a stupid president who probably didn't know, and we had a border czar who never went to the border and never once called our great border patrol agents, right? Not once, Kamala. She never called the border patrol. She never said, how are we doing? I used to call the border patrol guys every day. You can ask them, Paul, ask any one of them. Brandon, ask him all the time, how are we doing, how are we doing? And we now, I'm proud to say, have a totally sealed border. 9 months, nobody is coming through our border. And nobody even tries because they know they're not going to get through. So we don't have caravans anymore. Right. So maybe 1 or 2 more and we'll be done.
Mr. President, are you allowed to, or are you willing to end this conflict with Iran charging tolls for passage through the strait?
Us charging tolls?
Iran.
What about us charging tolls?
Is that something you're considering?
I'd rather do that than let them have them, right? Why shouldn't we? We're the winner. We won, okay? They are militarily defeated. The only thing they have is
It's starting to pump here above daily upside breaker.
a couple of mines in the water, all right? No, we have a concept where we'll charge tolls, okay? I thought you meant us. Your question would have been more accurate if you said us. Go ahead.
So just to clarify, in order for Iran to successfully meet your deadline tomorrow, do they have to make a deal, open the strait, or both?
We have to have a deal that's acceptable to me. And part of that deal is going to be, we want free traffic of oil and everything else.
Mr. President, thank you very much. You've said glory be to God in this conflict. Do you believe that God supports the United States' actions in this
I do,
war?
because
And have you
God
sought
is
his
good.
direction?
Because God is good, and God wants to see people taken care of. God doesn't like what's happening. I don't like what's happening. Everyone says, I don't enjoy this. I don't enjoy it. These two guys don't enjoy it. You know, people say, oh boy, they're so tough. I don't like seeing people killed. I've ended 8 wars. Nobody's ever done it. The person who won the Nobel Prize came to me and said, you deserve the Nobel Prize. She announced that. When they announced, they said, goes to Maria. She's a great person, really a good person.
In the jaws of key zone, back in that PMH territory, back at that weekly upside breaker, back at the daily upside breaker. Do we have enough fuel to continue to push hard? Do we continue to respect the integrity of these 2 key zones, brick wall, up here, trampoline down here? All right, so really interesting to see what takes place here. All right, is this the new path we take? Boom, 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 and then boom, or do we just get a complete breakout once we get above, once we come into this territory for a continued push? All right, so we got our higher high. We got our higher high, we got our higher low. And now we are traveling in this path. That's the path price is traveling. Okay. Continue to listen.
On trade, on everything, for many years until I came along. So if that's the case, you're going to have more people. Dasha, go ahead. Dasha, go.
You said that very little is off limits in Iran as far as the targeting,
Yeah.
including power plants, bridges, you've mentioned those.
Very little is off limits.
Are there certain kinds of civilian targets, though? I'm thinking schools
I don't want to
or
tell you
hospitals
that.
you
I don't want to tell you that. We have a plan because of the power of our military, where every bridge in Iran will be decimated by 12 o'clock tomorrow night, where every power plant in Iran will be out of business, burning, exploding, and never to be used again. I mean, complete demolition by 12 o'clock. And it'll happen over a period of 4 hours if we wanted to. We don't want that to happen. We may even get involved with helping them rebuild their nation. And you know what? If that's the case, the last thing we want to do is start with power plants, which are among the most expensive thing, and bridges. You saw the bridge one. We were very close to a deal. And then I got a call.
Okay, guys, now, just if we put 2 and 2 together, what kind of tool needs to be utilized to decimate power plants and bridges? Right? Does this call for us to read between the lines? All right. Is this a negotiation tactic? How does Iran respond? It's going to be very interesting to see how this unfolds within the next 24 hours.
10 minutes after I gave that order, that bridge was over. So do I want to do that? No. Do I want to destroy their infrastructure? No. It will take them 100 years to rebuild. Right now, if we left today, it would take them 20 years to rebuild their country, and it would never be as good as it was. And the only way they're going to be able to rebuild their country is to utilize the genius of the United States of America.
You voiced your displeasure with NATO in the past. Is there a danger to the U.S. not being the de facto of the leader of the alliance, and then other powers within the alliance then getting the decision making when it comes to wars and nuclear weapons?
No, it's not a danger. Look, we went to NATO. I didn't ask very strongly. I just said, hey, if you want to help, great. No, we will not help. I said, that's all right. You don't want to help? Because I've always said NATO's a paper tiger. See, NATO's a paper tiger. Putin's not afraid of NATO. Putin's afraid of us, very afraid of us. And he's explained it to me a lot of times. I got to know him very well. I know him very well. NATO's a paper tiger. NATO is us.
Beautiful job, Tujin. Beautiful job. 900 away from the eval. Good. Trying to switch off. Good.
They've actually gone out of their way not to help. They didn't even want to give us landing strips. Think of it. And it's not just NATO. You know who else didn't help us? South Korea didn't help us. You know who else didn't help us? Australia didn't help us. You know who else didn't help us? Japan. We've got 50,000 soldiers in Japan to protect them from North Korea. We have 45,000 soldiers.
New shift. Watch those highs.
To protect us from Kim Jong-un, who I get along with very well, as you know. Do you notice he said very nice things about me? He used to call Joe Biden a mentally retarded person, okay? So don't tell me about your stuff. Joe Biden, he said he's a mentally retarded person. He was so nasty to Joe Biden, it was terrible. But to me, he likes Trump. And do you notice how nice things are with North Korea? It's very nice. But we have 45,000 people, soldiers, in harm's way, right next to Kim Jong-un with a lot of nuclear weapons. 45, which should have never happened if a certain president, I'm not going to mention this president because I happen to like him, believe it or not, but if a certain president...
Put in the chat, guys. Put in the chat. Do we break here, or do we go rejection, slide back to downside? Do we have enough to break out, or do we respect the integrity of this channel, those key levels, and start to fade and get back to VWAP first? And when you get to VWAP, see if we get that slide or that bounce off that VWAP. All right, so critical to see what does take place here. So put in the chat, break out or break down in the next 15 minutes in this territory as we interact with this key zone up here, top of this channel, trend line resistance in that neighborhood.
Bahrain, Kuwait. I mean, Kuwait did shoot down 3 of our planes. The only planes, really, that we lost with friendly fire, they call it. I call it unfriendly fire. They unfortunately didn't know how to use our...
So we got rejection, we got breakdown.
The pilot said, what kind of a missile's coming at us? Patriot. Boom, they got out. Because they know a Patriot never misses. So they had beautiful Patriots. There were planes heading in their direction. Unfortunately, they decided to shoot those planes. They were our planes. So, no, NATO is a paper tiger. Now, he's coming to see me on Wednesday, as you know. He's a wonderful guy. Secretary General is great. And Mark Rutte, he's a great person, but he's got... And you know, it all began with, if you want to know the truth, Greenland. We want Greenland. They don't want to give it to us, and I said, bye-bye. Okay, thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
What about rising gas prices for Americans who are concerned?
Okay, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, so to recap, basically it boils down to a deadline given to Iran by Tuesday, 8 p.m. Eastern, right, to make some sort of response, agree to a deal. If the deal that's out there, if there's a deal out there and they don't agree to it, then we can see, based on the words of the commander-in-chief, we can see an attack on the bridges, attack on power plants, so on and so forth. Okay, so the stock market might be can continue to chop for the next 24 hours. Futures market for the next couple of days until the resolution of what takes place until Tuesday, 8 p.m. So that would encompass tomorrow, the entire day tomorrow, right? So does Iran make a response? The market can react to that. Do they make no response? No response is a response. Does the market try to price that in? All right, so it can go either way from where we are next few days. Okay, and then of course on Wednesday, on Thursday and Friday, that's when we start to get those red volatile catalysts picking up some speed and adding more volatility to the current situation that we're facing at the current moment. All right, so nice little breakdown there. We got the nice little breakout back the upside. Once we start to fade, 5-minute reversal took place. Couldn't make it all the way to this key zone there, but enough stalled there. Came with the jaws, this buy block to the left of us. Started to push, flips the wave, starts to push, comes to this territory there. So in this case, when you get that breakout, first thing you're looking to target, okay, is the VWAP. If you're looking to take this break down, okay, first thing you're looking to target is VWAP. So we're seeing is VWAP is at target, okay, and then what happens after VWAP is the icing on the cake. All right, so in this case, if you took this to the downside, okay, you're looking to target the 9 EMA first, and then the VWAP, or if you're scalping, you're looking to lock in profit as your contract sees some level of appreciation. All right, so very important. Okay, thank you for commenting on every move you make in the market. Awesome, absolutely, guys. I think the market's not. I think we're not making a big enough a deal of one of the fighter jet situation. That's a pretty significant situation, guys. All right. I don't think we're making a big enough deal of that. That just goes to show us that maybe this is being a little downplayed. All right. So one of our fighter jets struck down. Okay. Pilot survived in the region for it looks like up to 24, 48 hours. There was a rescue operation that took place. So from the looks of it, from a negotiation standpoint, it looks like we're trying to pressure Iran. Okay? Pressure them to get it done. It's in Iran's best interest to make this war last as long as possible. Okay, from the Iranian side, all right, politics aside, just if we just take a look at it from a chess, 3D chess perspective, 4D chess perspective, okay, Iran's not going to win the war. Their only thing is try to make this go as long as possible. Okay, and put pressure on everyone else, the rest of the globe. Make the rest of the globe feel the pressure from the choke point and the strait, and try to see if everyone else can get involved. Because what you'll notice is China's been relatively silent. So they're going to try to keep this going as long as possible to try to get everyone else involved. So the global economic impact is felt across the board. So I think now what we're doing on our side, okay, we're giving them the ultimatum. The ultimatum. Very aggressive, because it's not in our best interest to try to make this go as long as possible. Right? It's not in our best interest. If we just take a look at it from the tactical standpoint. So I think we'll see how it unfolds. Right? So we have to talk about it because that's what that's part of the market. All right? So all politics aside, that's just the games that are being played at the current moment, unfortunately. Okay, there are lives that are on both sides of the equation. There are people that are fighting for our freedom on our side. So, of course, we pray for those people and all the innocent people that are involved caught in the middle. But at some point in time, this situation does have to get resolved. Okay, it does have to get resolved. I'm biased. Okay, I want the U.S. to have every upper hand across the world. So I'm speaking from a biased perspective, of course, but not a politically biased, but just overall, I'm pro the U.S. being number one. If it was the other way around, okay, if it was the other way around, it wouldn't be a good situation. Okay, so we do have to talk about it because it is part of what's impacting the market. Okay, so we have to take all those things into consideration. And we'll see how things unfold. We'll see how things unfold from this point on. All right, we're just kind of stuck there. The only issue is now, guys, since it's a low ATR condition, what that means is price is moving very slow. Even if you're right, okay, even if you're right, it's going to take some time to be right. If it takes longer time to hit your target, all right, you're opening yourself up to risk any wick back the upside and get stopped out because price is moving so slow. Look at these candles. They love to change the speed of how quick the action is. March, it was decisive pushes. Volatile, but decisive pushes. ATR above 120, 130. We're moving basically half the speed of March. So the question becomes, we're going to continue to monitor the situation from the ATR standpoint, okay, throughout this week. And the question becomes, is April going to be the low ATR kind of condition? If so, we'll make the proper adjustment. If it is, okay, see profit, take profit is going to be the recipe. Being more proficient in that TP. Hitting that TP with that first scale out. VIX is back above that 2450. Comes into the key zone. Comes to the top of that channel. Okay, that's the high. Starts to slide back to downside. First target being that soft target being that 9. and then eventually back to that VWAP. So I'm in no positions now. Last trade that I did take was the puts here. Last trade that we did take was the puts there. It is 2:40, guys. Make sure to like the video. We'll do a giveaway here shortly. We did hit 4,400 subs. So I do appreciate the support. If you're a first-time viewer, welcome aboard. Long-time viewers, if you're looking to level up your trading, take next steps, join our community. Okay, join the community for the delay-free, ad-free stream and access to all the tools and resources. So now there goes the headlines. Okay, now the headlines will start to get printed. Okay, now you're going to start to see the Twitter feeds, headlines being printed on news channels. Down for the day, one contract, $50. Beautiful job, JB. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Any questions, guys? Any questions? We will do the giveaway here. We will go over ways to join our community, take advantage of the early bird special on the indicator, and then we'll review some charts, and then we'll look to wrap it up here. So we did go a little long, but it was called for because of the press conference. If you are done, scroll up. You can find the poll and answer the poll question. Okay, answer the poll question. I like to get that number of the votes. Okay, if we can get that between 15 to 20, that's great. Aiming for about a 65% daily performance of our chat. If you're green today, stay clean. If you're red, okay, if you got off to a rough start, okay, don't lose your composure. Recalibrate tomorrow. More opportunities. It is Monday only, guys. Okay, more opportunities will come tomorrow. And we'll look to take advantage of those opportunities. Okay, so in the meantime, let me see how many likes we got, and based on that, we'll do the giveaway. So take a quick second if you haven't already, guys. Make sure to hit the like button. Make sure to subscribe. Okay, 100 likes, we'll do one giveaway. Let's see if we can get 200 likes. Between now and 2:45, see if we can get close to 200. We are on schedule for do one giveaway, so let me pull up the wheel, and then we'll do the giveaway. So first things first, strikers, if you're interested in the giveaway, put your names in the chat. I'll start putting all the names in on Google Meets, names in the chat as well, and we'll get to YouTube as well. So folks on YouTube, you can start putting your names in first, but we will get started for folks in our team first, and then get to YouTube. Yeah, look how slow this is. Even if you take the puts, the fact that it's slow and the fact that those contracts backs are against the wall, they're about to expire, right? That was the evidence here, right? So you were able to see that vicariously through the trade we took here, how long it took. So you have to already have that line of thinking and price that into your trade idea. Okay, so first things first, we got Riri. We got Bola. We got Bear, Ricky G, Jake R. Bear, Ricky G, Jake R. We got Smooth. Okay, we got Smooth. Any other strikers want to jump in? So the strikers, the giveaway for you guys is of course the boot camp. Okay, the boot camp, advanced boot camp. I'm putting up the last finishing touch, the finishing touches on the boot camp I'm going to try to squeeze that in for the end of the month. So if you do win, you have access to that. This is going to be the Advanced Scalping Bootcamp. The best thing to be in these market conditions, okay, I'll make the argument, I'm going to be biased here, is to be a scalper. All right, the hardest thing to do is scalp. Lowest time frame operation is the hardest thing to do. But that is what it's coming down to. If you're a scalper, if you're a trader who holds trades for short periods of time and knows how to navigate, okay, there's always going to be work for you. Okay, it's almost like you're an essential worker from the lens of trading. When you're swing trading, it's seasonal. All right, it's like you're a seasonal worker if you're a swing trader. Okay, think of it like back in the day, if you're like a camp counselor. All right, camp counselor, more than likely, the best time to hire camp counselors, if you're a camp counselor, all right, you have to wait until summertime. That's when those type of jobs open up. When you're a scalper, it's not condition based. There's opportunities every day. So that is what that boot camp is going to be. It's going to equip you to learn the fundamentals of scalping, the exact strategy I utilize, and give you a framework to implement and adopt. So this is going to be great for people who scalp already. It's going to be great for people who are looking to scalp. Okay, learn about scalping. Okay, so that's going to be very, very awesome boot camp. And I can't wait to get that kicked off. Ricky G for swings, I only take one or 2 days swing trades. Okay, good. Anyone else, guys? Anyone else? Strikers? We'll go over folks on YouTube. Let us know how you did, guys. If you're green on the day, if you're red, if you're yellow. What are your thoughts on the action before we wrap up? So the last name I got in the Google Meets is Smooth. The last name I got in the Discord is Bear. Okay, so let's move over to YouTube here. Okay, so YouTube. We'll start off with chemical long game, 1 uranium on the world, bull market uranium. Okay, critical. Are we in calls? Green on the day. That's all that matters. Good. Live to fight another day, 100%. Could have said it better myself. Terrible red day today. Yeah, the action. It was tough, guys. It was not easy. So if you're red, don't be discouraged. Okay, I can't even see my keyboard. Okay, Mort. Got you, Mort. Next name, Jack B. Okay, Andrew, got you. Nicole, Stan Robinson. We got you, Stan. Go to sale. Go to sale. John G. Lily. We got Wise L. We got K Miles. Like nautical miles. We got Ben. Ben Green. We got Tim Dan. We got Arnie. We got PG. We got Sam Patel. Who else do we got? We got Thomas. We got Catnip. We got Fallon. We got Mark. Thank you for supporting the channel, Mark. Okay. Anyone else? Okay, we got some more. Catnip Mark. We got Shiloh. Okay. Okay, giveaway 3 o'clock. Giveaway 3 o'clock. Okay. So far I got all the names, and okay, I got Judith. Okay, Judith, let me get you, Judith. Okay, on Discord we're up to speed. On YouTube we're up to speed. Last name I got a Shiloh. Last name I got a Shiloh. All right. So now we're just slow grind higher. So let me take this off. But the Bulls did their job on the daily and the weekly, guys. The daily and the weekly, the Bulls already got it. They got the job done on the weekly. All right, so the reversal is already in play on the weekly. So we're above that weekly upside breaker. We got above it. We're just failing to hold enforcement. Okay, so enforcement is a simple word. All it means is, are we above the level that we broke or below the level we broke? So in this case, this is last week's candle. Okay, what happened was we broke that weekly upside breaker, so we're officially reversing last week's move. Okay, and then now we just wick back in. Okay, as we're wicking back in, we're just failing to hold enforcement. What that simply means is just we're just failing to stay above that initial break. Okay, so that does not take away the fact that we are directional on the weekly, bullish directional. We broke above it, we just failing to hold. So now if we get a nice little push back above it, that means we reclaim it and we regain our enforcement of that level. Okay, so that weekly level takes a little bit of time to play out because it's comprised of 5 daily candles. But to kick off the week, the Bulls couldn't ask for a better start. So the only way for us to flip to that bearish line of thinking is, from a weekly standpoint, of course, is if we get a shooter on the weekly into next week, or we get an engulfing candle on the weekly and we fall all the way back below the 643.90. That'll be the engulfing candle watch. Bearish engulfing. So outside of that, the Bulls have done their job up until this point. Okay, despite everything, they did their job until this point. Okay, they controlled the controllables, got the job done, trigger that level. How they got there, when they got there. At this point, that doesn't matter. All they need to do is just get to that level. And they got it done. Crystal, got you. Okay, I got everyone up until Judith. Okay, up until Judith. We have everyone up until then. So 7 more minutes. We'll do the giveaway and we'll wrap up here shortly. All right. Just slow grind. Look at this, guys. The fact that it's not moving. Look at this. If you have not seen this kind of action, right, this is when your experience starts to kick in. If you've been trading with me for at least 2 quarters, all right, you probably have seen every single kind of price profile, every kind of condition. That's why the longer you trade with our team, all right, the better equipped you are to handle these kind of these different kind of conditions. And the better you get at making those adjustments quickly. All right, so this isn't something we haven't seen before. It's just a matter of us making the quick adjustment and seeing if this kind of conditions persist. Granted, it is midday. So an hour before power hour. 5 minutes before power hour. Okay, 5 minutes before power hour. Do we have any power hour traders? Any power hour traders in the chat? Doctor is a great power hour trader. 5 more minutes for the giveaway. 200 likes, we'll do 2 giveaways. These overnight one-day swing require stock to be stronger than SPY. So that's not affected by SPY going down, and is in a daily uptrend most times. And these stocks climbs high in the day and pushes back a bit, maybe down to VWAP, trading kind of sideways. The next morning, it goes up or gaps up. Yeah, that's a good thing to look for. So what are some stocks that you like that have been doing that? Bear, if you've been taking ideas along those lines, that's a very smart strategy. Very smart strategy. SPY in that key zone. Key zone starting to get heavy. Qs headed towards still under PMH. And this is the importance. This illustrates the importance of getting the job done early. Getting the job done early. Those 5-minute candles continue to get tighter and tighter and tighter. Slow grind higher. 5-minute EMAs. We do have prior shifts highs up here. At this point, the lottos might not even be worth it because we're not going anywhere. Okay, we're not going anywhere fast. So they're just going to lose to premium and decay. So today the chat was split. Okay, the results are in. About 223 votes. Bullish, bearish. 53% of the chat bullish. 47% of the chat bearish. So very, very close. Okay, usually 60-40. I have a good lean on the chat. So we're barely bullish in the chat. And that could swing either way. Poly market, the ceasefire number. Let me take a look at that. Who you guys got? Michigan versus Connecticut. Michigan versus Connecticut. Who takes it? Who takes it today? Nita, got you. Okay, 1 more minute. We'll do the giveaway here. I'll explain the instructions for the giveaway. We'll go over the ways to join our community. Okay, we have a couple of spots left at the $50 tier. All right, price increase is already in effect. Once those fill up, then that price will be available. And even with the increase, still significantly undervalued. So if you're looking to level up your trading, you definitely want to jump in. So any last contestants, any last entries, let me know. Let me check YouTube chat real quick. We got Michigan. 1 vote for Michigan. Let's check Google Meets. Nita. You got UConn. We got Michigan. All right. Let's spin the wheel. The winner today is... Winner today, if you're a striker, boot camp. If you're on YouTube, 5-hour day trading course. And the winner is Lily. Okay. So congratulations. Or Lily. Send me a DM in the free tier Discord or in WAP with this keyword. Keyword is going to be 8 p.m. Keyword is going to be 8 p.m. 8 p.m. is a keyword. Okay, I'll send you the link to do that. I'll send you guys a link to claim your prize. If you can do it by end of day today, that would be great. End of day by today, that'd be great. The sooner the quicker you have access to the course. And it's in the free tier Discord, so you don't have to put anything outside of just join the Discord, okay? So you can send me the DM in the free tier Discord or in WAP. Okay, congrats, Lily. Congrats. Anyone swinging those? Are you swinging those puts, Firefly? Yeah, gap down tomorrow would, of course, be ideal for those puts. Anyone else swinging those puts? If you are. But you have to be okay with, hey, you know what? If it goes the other way. If you take that into account, then you can live with the results. Hoping for that gap down to be the favorable outcome. Okay, so now we just continue to grind, and it is officially power hour. So before we wrap up, guys, we're going to go over ways to join our community. Shockwave 15 today worked out beautifully. Our first trade came in right at 10 o'clock. All right, so again, it's going to be hard to trade that if you trade at 10 o'clock. When there was a red folder catalyst, you probably didn't take it. If you did, right, on paper, got that break, went at that TP, came back lower, got pushed to the downside. The reality of the situation is if you got that entry here, you're going to have that perfect exit or you get stopped out, right? That's if you are, so it just depends on the trader, if you are looking to trade right in the face of a red folder catalyst. In the other case, of course, where we took the calls, we got a nice little push for that nice scale out initially. We took profit and then scaled out. So again, Shockwave provided 2 opportunities today. We took QQQ as well, and we got stopped out on IW. And the last trade we took here was a mean reversion right here. It wasn't a mean reversion, actually. It was more of a peekaboo above VWAP, structural breakdown of this trend line, synchronized selling. What was the setup we took here to the downside for those lotto puts? Okay, so that was pretty much been the day. So we're starting to see these opportunities, okay, come very close, come into play during first shift, a little bit second shift, and that's pretty much it. So it's very, very important to be sharp during first shift on the execution, on the TPs, on the risk management, and make the best decisions you can make during that particular time, because that's when those opportunities are going to be available. All right? And the rest of the day is just choppy. We've been seeing it take place for the past few days. And then tomorrow, of course, we have very minimal catalyst. But the big thing is, does Iran get a response? Do we get a response from Iran? 8 p.m. tomorrow is the deadline. Very reminiscent to the Liberation Day. A different situation, but there was also a deadline in Liberation Day as well. Okay, if you recall. All right, so before we wrap up, guys, these are the couple of ways to join our community. If you're interested in joining our community, make sure to go to smartactiontrade.com. That's the official site. We have community, we have coaching, we have courses. Of course, Shotgun 15 is a new release. Our latest system turned into an indicator. We're going to host a webinar this week for those of you who are interested, who want more details. If you want more details, you can also go to our for the Shotgun 15 tab on our site and read more about it. Okay, so it's a structured way for you to approach the opening drive. It gives you the TPs, it gives you the entries, it gives you the scale outs, the exits, right? It puts you in the front row seat for nice expansion moves. When you do make the purchase, you get access to a course as well. And of course, you get access to the webinar, which we did this weekend. We'll look to do another one for the public. And as a one-time fee, you have access to the entire indicator to yourself. So this is something you keep. All right, you have it, you add it to your tool belt, and there's no indicator like this in the market. All right, so this puts you in prime position. For those of you who did get Shotgun 15, for those of you who did purchase, what I'll probably do is I'll create a Shotgun 15 channel in the Discord or somewhere for you guys for us to interact there as well. Right, so I'm looking to make those adjustments to give you that continued support. So again, if you're looking to grab Shotgun 15, early bird special is available. $4.97, no subscription. That's the cost of 2 3 0-day DT contracts. All right, that's probably going to be one of the best investments you make in your trading career. If you're looking to capitalize off of all of our resources, tools, okay, this is our SPY Strikers Apex plan. Use the code TRIAL30. Okay, use the code TRIAL30. Click join. All right, there's a few spots left on the $50 tier. Few spots left. Once that fills up, we're automatically going to $69, which is automatically a steal as well. So use the code TRIAL30. That should work. TRIAL30. What do you get access to? All these features here. Okay. Pre-market prep. I send you the levels every single morning. You get to be part of our delay-free, ad-free stream. You have coverage all day of SPY. Delay-free, ad-free. High win rate trade ideas. Options flow data. AI-based trade alerts. Beginner course. Options trading beginner course. We're very, very beginner-friendly. So we have everything you need for beginners and for advanced traders as well. And a ton of other resources you can take advantage of. Okay, so use this link pinned in the chat, TRIAL30. That should save you 15%. Okay, and then $42 a month, that's your trial. Okay, once those 10 to 12 spots fill up, I'm not sure how many spots fill up today. All right, we're automatically going into the $69 a month. Still very, very undervalued. So take advantage of that and use the code TRIAL30. Once you do that, for the first 30 people that do join at that tier. All right, if you're looking to save, you have 4 months free. Coaching call bootcamp. Okay, the $399 is still available. $46 a month. Take advantage of that as well. All right, so everything is available for you. The resources are at your disposal. The only thing you need to do is make the decision, make the commitment. If you're not there yet, continue to enjoy the stream. Okay, all I ask is hit the like button, subscribe, share. Right? But if this content starts to resonate with you and you're looking to access all the tools and resources and join our community, okay, and that's the best way to join. All right. See if this takes us to the floor, which being that 67.73 in this current juncture, the lows of the shift. On that note, guys, we'll take it into 315 possibly and then wrap it up. Okay. Any questions before we wrap up? Any questions? Any questions? Any questions? Any of my Shockwave 15 traders? How was I know it's day one for some of you today. Anyone take any Shockwave 15 setups? How are you liking it? All right, take some time to get used to. All right. That's the link. Absolutely, guys. So we'll look to wrap this up in a few minutes. We went long because we wanted to provide you guys with the coverage through the press conference. Okay, through the press conference, we wanted to provide that coverage to see if there's any moves. In the meantime, we took advantage of a trade during that time. And tomorrow, we're looking to take advantage of the best opportunities, trade what's in front of us. What happened today will stay in today. All right? The good, the bad, the good trades, the bad trades, whatever, however you performed, you cannot trade tomorrow unless you let go of what took place today. I paid for 1 month. Can I pay for 1 year? How much? So the yearly, again, the price increase has been applied to the site, but has not been applied to the links yet. I got to go change that. Once the 10 spots was 12 spots, now it's 10. Once those fill up, then the increase will kick in. The yearly, that's going to go to $46 a month. Okay. So times 12. That's about $552. So about $552 for the yearly with the boot camp, but now it's $399. Okay, so if you're in the community already, you don't have to concern yourself with the increases. Okay, you're grandfathered in. You are grandfathered in for the lifetime of your membership. Okay, that's how I can reward your loyalty. That's how I can reward your trusting the program, committing to yourself early on. All right, so you'll never see a price increase. As a community, we're going to continuously grow. More features are going to be added. More tools are going to be added. All right, so you get to enjoy all those features because you committed early. Yeah, so we'll do another webinar sometime this week. I'm shooting for maybe Friday. All right, so I'll have a hard date by tomorrow. I'll announce that, and that's going to be open to anyone interested in Shockwave 15. So the webinar initially that we did on Friday, all right, those were for the ones who made the purchase. All right, so we went over how to exactly use it, how to set it up, and anytime you have a question about how to set anything up, guys, for my Shockwave people who did purchase, send me a DM. Okay, send me a DM, and I can help you out. I'm just one DM away. For the people who are on the team, I'm just a DM away. All right, so it's not like you make the purchase and then you just get left in the dust. We're navigating through this as a team. So I'll do my best to provide that ongoing support. Okay. So if you haven't watched that video yet, the Shockwave guys, go check that out. For the ones who made the purchase, all of you should be up to speed. My name is George. Okay. You can go with G. You can go with Mr. G. You can go with George. You can go with Code G. Okay. Before we wrap up, we haven't done this in a while. Was one thing you're looking to improve going into tomorrow? Okay. In the case where the conditions continue to persist in this fashion, what's one thing you're looking to do going into tomorrow? Say if the conditions repeat, meaning the opportunity comes in first shift and the rest of the day we have this 55 cents per 5-minute ATR. What's one thing you're looking to implement? Okay, one thing you're looking to improve going into tomorrow. Now, if you pay the yearly, your trading fee is yearly. If you pay yearly, paper 2, your trading fees every 12 months. Okay, every 12 months. One thing you're looking to improve, my thing is just a little extra confirmation. I like all the trades that I took today, but IWM, I do like that one as well. But just giving it a little bit of time to kind of digest in that territory would have been nice, right? But what I do like is that once I was wrong, I was able to cut it when I was wrong. I wasn't there. I wasn't hanging out when I was wrong and see what happened. Okay, so yeah, paper 2, Progna paper 2. So the bot automatically thinks you're spamming if it's all caps. So I did see your message. So there is no monthly fee if you're on the yearly. It's yearly. Cutting losers quickly. That's a good one. And congratulations to you, Rick. Getting the payout and passing an account. Tujin, great job. You're almost there on your eval as well. Anyone else taking evals? Keep us updated. Let us know. Michigan. I'll probably go with Michigan. When was the last time Michigan won a chip? It's been a while, right? All right, so be careful this power hour, guys. Be careful this power hour. On your way out, make sure to hit the like button. Make sure to subscribe if you haven't already. We did cross above 4,400 subs. So next psychological level, of course, is that 4,500 level. If we can get to 5K subs by this month, that would be tremendous. At this pace, we're on schedule to get that. We can only get there through your support. All right. The primary thing is we show up, provide as much value as possible, and all I ask is you guys to hit the like button, subscribe, and share. Okay. On that note, guys, thank you for tuning in today. Hopefully you found value. Be careful this power hour tomorrow, 8 p.m. Very interested to see how things unfold, what kind of response we do get from Iran. We do tend to see some moves in the Asian session, so be careful during that time. If you are trading, if you're done for the day, especially if you're trading those accounts, guys, the futures traders, keep in mind the biggest trap is to get you to trade all the shifts. All right, if you're done for the day, right, don't start going back in Sydney, don't start going back in Asia, don't start going back in London and spend numerous hours trading. All right, so you have to have that sharp discipline to pick your windows and stick those windows. It's very easy for you to overtrade, do well during New York, and then give that back in Sydney, and then give some more back in Asia, and then win some in London, and then give everything back in New York. All right, so it's going to start exhausting your mental capital, so pick your spots very wisely, and if you're done, be done, and come back the next day. There'll be more opportunities the very next day. On that note, guys, thank you for tuning in. Smash the like button on your way out. Make sure you're subscribed. If you're looking to join our community, link in the description. Link pinned to the chat. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Stay safe, and God bless each one of you.